Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
As the agent for Peyton Ansley, John Milton, you are indicating to me that you're quite familiar with Peyton Ansley, John Milton, and that's basically you. Is that correct?
I am the agent authorized to represent Peyton Ansley, John Milton, as written in all capital letters.
All right, and you understand for my purposes, though that language doesn't make any sense. So
No, I do not.
I understand. Okay, well, I'm telling you that. And so I am, until you disabuse me of the motion, or the notion, I am inclined to believe that you are both the agent and the person. So, and it's an
I'm
all
not a
caps.
person. I am one of the people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the Recovery Addict. Before we jump back to court in Thurston, Washington, I have to say a big shout out to Red Pen. Red Pen was first in chat today. Red Pen, congratulations. Congratulations. Red Pen, I have that sticker that is your profile picture on my Roadcaster case. The one I knocked on the ground over there, it's on that one. It's on that one. Congratulations, Red Pen. The internet is all yours. We're going to punish you for being first in chat. And that's what we do. You're so eager to be here and to talk and to break the silence of the chat room that obviously you can you can take care of the internet for the rest of us, so we won't have to worry about it. Red Pen, you're going to do great. 2AO Toys says, I want my Starlink case back. I'm just saying it had my sticker on first, right there in the middle, before it got your sticker. And it definitely doesn't belong to Sweetwater. Although I think I bought this through Sweetwater. Maybe it was Amazon. But this is how I know it's mine. That's how I tell mine apart from yours. It's got the cockroach on the back. So
When are we going to break for lunch?
We just broke for lunch. Let's see. So it's on the floor. Yes, the Starlink is not set up right now. That is a contingency. Somebody just fell down my stairs. I think they slid down the stairs in a laundry basket, which is acceptable to do as a child. I did it several times myself. Let's see. We've got a couple things going on. Jumping over to the fire, which we want to bring in audio. We'll bring in audio right here. But before we bring that up full volume, let me show you what's happening, specifically in the Ayden fire. We haven't been watching this a lot lately, but the Mount Wilson area, which is right underneath this plane. I'm going to turn down, there's sliding baskets down the stairs some more. They have called for air support. Now, the problem is they have very high gusting winds in this area. The turbulence has made fixed wings not an option. Some helicopters can still fly, but they're asking for air support specifically to protect the communications towers on top of that Mount Wilson. Okay, that's the third time they slid down. It's not an accident at that point. We're gonna tune in now. This is Palisades. I might also bring in. Let me see. I might also bring in the other one.
The Halco Communications, further, I believe it is cleaned up, just replacing the floor, not creating additional orders.
Okay, Halco copies. That is a firm. Thank you.
Halco is coordinating the helicopter movements.
Copy.
Okay, Los Angeles Fire. We're on V1. We're also going to bring in
Operations Division Foxtrot.
Let's do it this way.
Go for operations. Identifier.
Yeah, Division Foxtrot. I got a request for a representative from the gas company to shut down a gas meter that's uncontrolled. It's burned down. They're going to have to dig it out of the ground.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah, copy. Where's that located at?
Denise, thank you very much.
622 Toyopa. That's Tyopa, and it's a drive.
Palisades Communications, Division Alpha. I got a lat long for a new drop point when you get a chance.
I'm gonna see if I can keep
Division Alpha, Policy Communications, ready, copy.
Palisades in one area.
34 05.132 by 118.30.541, and the descriptive location will be at the end of West Ridge.
They're starting to use Latin long for locations where to go because a lot of the firefighters are from out of the area and don't know the area, and they're like, okay,
Division Alpha, Policy Communications, copies. Drop point 3405.132 by 118.30.541, end of West Ridge.
Some of the problems they're having with communication is the firefighters don't know the area, and then because there's no cell coverage, they literally have to drive somewhere where their cell phone gets information. They enter the address, pull it up on the map, and then drive back. Man, they want a spam call right now? Hello? Mary? Hello? Are you there? You have to talk. You have to, I'll listen, but you have to talk. Call me back when you finish your sandwich. I can't hear what you're saying. All right. I'm going to try to get sound from the Palisades fire in one ear. That's going to be on channel 3. Hopefully it's not too loud.
Division Foxtrot, operation. Come in.
Charlie. Go ahead for Foxtrot.
Just confirming the name of the street. I got 622 Toyovi, T-O-Y-O-V-I.
Let me see if I can make this work.
Will Rogers, company calling me on command.
Yeah, Operation Foxtrot.
What do you need?
I have a civilian reporting that the address next to his house is on fire and doesn't believe anybody's up there.
That would probably be accurate.
Text it to me and I'll dispatch.
Okay, sorry, I'm just getting the audio.
Zulu trainee, 4050 Charlie, actual on command.
So 3 is going to be V3.
Your actual from 1151 on command.
Eaton fire. And the other guy's going to be my right ear. This might be confusing for some of you guys. Hope it doesn't cause too many problems, but this way I can hear both scanners from the two different fires in different ears. So
2745 on tack.
left ear, that's Palisades, which I'll turn up just a bit. And right ear is going to be Eaton. So, yay! And if you have earbuds, you can join me like that. We'll see if that works. So what we've got is gusty winds. The winds are picking up. They're not as bad as they were before, but they're still pretty serious. And it's grounded all that.
53 from Will Rogers. Did you copy? Go ahead and text me the address. I'll dispatch.
Okay, let me make sure this audio is working. Just 1 second. 3. It's grounded all the fixed-wing aircraft in the Eaton fire. They've sent those to basically wait it out. or to transfer over to the Palisades fire.
Go ahead and text me the address, please.
Sound output, Black Magic. There we go. It's coming in on 3.
Yeah, Cap, I texted it to you, but it's 550 Paseo Miramar.
Okay. There's just nothing happened on that channel, so.
Palisades Communications Operations on command.
Okay, and we'll bail on that once Thurston Court starts. We're going to pick up again on that one.
Palisades Communications Operations on V1 command. You got me?
Operations, Palisades Communications, go ahead.
I'd like to go ahead and request gas company response to 622 Tyopa, T-O-Y-O-P-A, reporting to Division Foxtrot for an open gas line.
Open gas lines are bad, just for the record, in case you're keeping score. All right, let's see where we are. Sorry about that.
Palisades Communications copies. Requesting gas company 622 Toyota for an open gas line for Division Foxtrot. Additionally, we're getting a report of a tree on fire at 314 Toyota Drive.
Palisades Communications from Will Rogers on command.
Yeah, give me a call.
I have one of my welfare check RAs doing a check at 550 Paseo Miramar.
The human remains found in Malibu inside a building.
Fire with no companies attached. 550.
There was a news channel. I thought it was the Weather
Miramar.
Channel that may have shown that the remains. That video was circulating a little bit.
Branch 5.
Will Rogers, Palisades Communications
V1.
confirming 550 Paseo Miramar
Address.
structure fire.
Affirm. 550 Paseo Miramar.
So left channel, you're hearing the communication. So left ear, if you have your headphones plugged in,
Palisades Communications copies.
you're hearing
Break.
Palisade.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
Right as the Eaton fire.
Yeah. Palisades Communications, I copy that. 550 Paso Miramar. I'll pass that on. I just need the name of the address you gave me with the 314.
Operations going to be Toyota, T-O-Y-O-P-A Drive.
LA Air Tech 140 on V1.
A lot of activity.
Air Tech 140 V1, go with your traffic.
On the Palisades
Air
channel.
Tech 140 just on scene of the Palisades, assuming Palisades Air Tech.
Palisades Air Tech.
Palisades Communications, Division Alpha with the line order when you're ready to copy.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications, ready copy.
Oh my goodness, K-Cal.
I'd like 2 hose modules and 4 snap tanks, minimum of 2,000 gallons, delivered to the following Latin Long, and it'll be off of Sullivan Ridge Road.
The Latin Long, that helps with helicopters because they can fly directly over that and just drop it.
Palisades Communications,
ready copy, Latin Long.
Latin Long, it'll be 34.6.047 by 118.31.420.
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications copies 2 hose modules, 4 snap tanks, minimum of 2,000 gallons to 346.047 by 118.31.420. 31.420.
That was a fire retardant drop. Right
Affirmative,
there.
and when you get a chance, possible ETA on that and order number.
Top your left.
Two super scoopers look to have probably gone to refuel or
Can you advise the time frame? When would you like it delivered?
a break of some sort.
As soon as possible.
Topanga still looks to be an area of interest right along here on this ridge.
Go for branch 5.
Branch 5, I got a couple addresses for you for fire impact. Let me know when you're ready to talk. Copy.
Is this too much for you guys?
I'm ready.
We have 544 and 550 South Paseo Miramar.
Division Alpha, go with your IWI.
And we have 314 Toyopa, T-O-Y-O-P-A.
Eden Communications, Division Alpha, Green Medical, 19-year-old male, right strike to the right ankle, no loss.
Branch 5, operations. Did you, did that truck company arrive on scene?
Requesting a ground transport.
Truck 63.
The Toyopa address right here. You guys are right next to Will Rogers Beach State Park. This is right. And so these are areas that are still burning.
Division Alpha, LA copies, Green Medical 19, rock strike to right ankle, no KO. Medical care currently administered on scene. Request ground ambulance transport from Millen Canyon Old Toll Road. Eden operations, you copy all?
Yeah, that 314 Toyope is going to be in Division Foxtrot. It's just smoldering houses. No tree fire.
Copy break. Branch 5 operations, you copy that direct 314 Toyopa. Already handled.
I copy now, thank you.
I just need more ears so I can listen to more frequencies.
Division Victor, Task Force 69.
Operations, go ahead.
Eden operations, LA on V3, IWI, Division Alpha. Advise when ready to copy.
Go ahead for operations training.
Eden operations, IWI, Division Alpha, Green, male 19. Rock strike to right ankle, no KO. Medical care administered on scene, requesting ground ambulance transport. Location meet Millard Canyon and Old Toll Road.
822.
That's probably a firefighter.
Oro Lane. E-L-O-R-O Lane.
Copy, was that Lower Canyon and Old Toll Road?
Copy 822 El Oro, 822 Gold Lane.
Reconfirm.
Millard Canyon.
Operations air attack on V1.
Alpha Communications.
The access from camp.
Air attack, go for operations.
Employee, Texas Canyon.
Operations air attack 140, just got on station doing my first turn around the fire, assuming the Palisades air attack. Reach me on this frequency. You need anything? Or air to ground command.
Operations copy.
Copy that, confirming priorities or transfer to you, which is priority 1 to Topanga Canyon area, priority 2 Montanito, priority 3 Mandeville.
Affirmative, got it all from air ops this morning.
Affirm.
Got it here.
Division Alpha.
So I think that's this guy right here.
Operations copy.
So he's doing his first turn around the fire.
IWI
His
clear.
first little spin.
I'll use continue radio traffic.
Echo 30, Charlie.
Trying to see what they're where the
Will Rogers,
firefighters are
Division
doing
Alpha.
here.
This is water tender E282 and water tender 2.
This is Will Rogers on 1.
Trying to get to your location, ain't sure which way to go.
If so, I'm looking for 4 water tenders and 2 Charlies for Division Alpha.
Copy that. Let me check. There's some that just pulled in. Let me check if they're going to be reassigned. 4 water tenders.
Affirmative, 4 water tenders, 2 Charlies. And I'm standing with branch 1 now.
Affirm, let me check. I'm at the far end of the parking lot. I gotta drive down there. I saw some rigs just pulled in.
Wind's going to pick up soon.
Alpha. LA Palisades air attack on V1.
The place they filmed up in smoke has went up in smoke. It did. It's sad.
Palisades air attack V1, go ahead.
Order relief air attack on station 1500 1500.
Alpha operations training.
Copy order, relief air attack 1500 1500.
Good read back.
The professionalism of some of these firefighters is impressive. In stressful situations, some of these pilots are literally also flying, dodging helicopters and other planes, coordinating, watching their GPS, and communicating with a high level of effectiveness.
Division Alpha, your order number will be 1010. Delivery time 1400.
Order 10, delivery time 1400. Division Alpha.
Division Alpha operations training.
We'll watch staging operations on V1.
Will Rogers on 1.
LA City 1880 Charlie is going to be coming in. If you see them there, just go ahead and send them directly out to Division Juliet.
Rogers on 1.
By the firehouse. Asking where you want me to go.
Been able to, but there's just been too.
That's too many voices. I can't do 3.
Will Rogers, operations, you copy?
This is a view from on Mount Wilson. Right now, ABC7's chopper is showing us that view. Their big concern are those communication towers, those structures. Some of those towers are literally carrying the communications that are being done to fight this fire. So if those go down, it will severely hamper the firefight.
Water tender 282 and 283. If you are on the Palisades incident, you are on the wrong channel. Please do not use this command channel. This is the Eaton Fire Command Channel.
Eaton is in the right air, Palisades on the left.
Will Rogers, operations on command.
Okay, I got you. Operations from Will Rogers, go ahead.
LA City striking 1880 Charlie will be coming in, most likely to your area. If you see them, go ahead and send them out directly to Division Juliet.
What was their strike team designation? There's no one here right now.
Copy, they're en route. It's 1880 Charlie, 1880 Charlie from LA City.
From LA City?
Copy that.
Where's the
1880 Charlie,
airport?
direct to Zulu.
Juliet.
Correction. 1880 Charlie, go direct to Juliet.
Hey, firm, thank you.
Will Rogers, copy.
It's Fullerton Municipal. I don't know where LA City Airport is. We could find that plane. Irvine. John Wayne. I think we looked at this one already. LGB. Can't tell what this one's called. Western Museum of Flight, Advanced Flight. Where are these guys? I think those are news choppers. We should have some airplanes coming in from LA City Burbank. Vanoise.
Operations, Palisade Communications.
Go ahead.
Operations, new report, grass fire threatening a structure, 551 West Rustic Road.
LA County Squad 430.
Copy, 551 West Rustic Road.
That's in the Santa Monica area.
Palisade Communications, copy.
Medical, go ahead for LA County Squad 432.
It's going to be right here. Also by the Will Rogers.
Operations, run copies of traffic for that last call for service for 551 West Rustic.
Will Rogers State Beach.
Copy that, thank you. Also, branch line operations you saw.
Go ahead.
Hey, just a thought, you got a couple Alphas that are parked out on the road as we drove away from you. I know they're there for preparation for tonight, but if they belong to you, maybe do some horse trading with Branch 5 on a short leash just to help him out with he's getting the 90% of all the investigations.
Yeah, copy.
It's crazy.
Operations, Camarillo elevation.
This is burning in this area. I mean, look at the roofs. Look how close these houses are packed in.
Operations, Camarillo elevation. Can you relay to Air Attack that their aircraft orders being filled with 4 Papa Golf, 4 Victor Golf, 95 Bravo, 73 uniform?
Yeah, can you go ahead and repeat those identifiers again, please?
Your ambulance is going to go to 4 Papa Golf, 4 Victor Golf, 95 Bravo.
Van Nuys, not Van Nuys. I said it on purpose. That's why I said Illinois before as well. Don't think LA City has an airport. Don't know of an airport in LA City.
On command.
Maybe they're referring to.
Operations, go for air attack on B1.
I don't know if you copy that direct, but your order has been filled for the coppers, and I have identifiers for you when you're ready to copy.
Ready to copy.
4 Papa Golf, 4 Victor Golf, 9-5 Bravo, and 7-3 uniform.
Copy 4 Papa Golf, 4 Victor Golf, 9-5 Bravo, 7-3 uniform. Are they going to Camarillo or are they coming direct to the fire?
LA Eaton Air Attack on B3, when able aircraft release information. I will get that information for you. Great camera elevate. Operations. B1.
Copter 11, Copter 19 release part. Operations Camarillo elevate. They just lifted from Camarillo going direct to the fire. They've been notified to contact Air Attack.
5 minute ETE. 3 November Tango released. Copy. Air Attack operations. 1-2. They are coming your way. Now Eaton Air Attack. We have a 1-5 minute.
I copied the traffic. They're coming direct to the fire.
15 minutes. Bunch of planes took off, going to both fires.
11 and 19 released and cleared, or load and return.
All cleared.
Copy, LA. All cleared. Air Attack 1-2 is now Eaton Air Attack. 3 November Tango, 15-minute ET.
The new Air Attack plane is 15 minutes away for
An helicopter 15, based on the traffic from Air Attack, we will go ahead and be cleared to. We'll be available course NAO.
So you've got the Mount Wilson Observatory, KTTV transmitter, KPFK FM, KFLA, KZLA, and
Will Rogers,
many more.
Division Alpha, any luck on water tenders?
They have the Radio Ridge antenna farm up there. Let's see if I can show you top of Mount Wilson, exactly what it looks like here. That's the wrong one. Let's grab this one. How about that? Oh, I made it go away. Back we go. Need this button. Looking at the street view, Mount Wilson, particularly we want to see The antenna farm up here. Radio Ridge Antenna Farm. Let's take a look at this guy. This is a view. Look at all these antennas. Every single antenna has a ton of different transmitters on it.
Training, branch 3
and receivers. One of the high points in the area. These would be cell phones. These are microwave receivers, television transmitters. All this up here, and the fire is threatening all of them. The antenna structures themselves are probably not going to burn. They're usually metal. The cabling going up to it is going to have a plastic shielding on it if it's exposed.
Ops training,
And the little building outside at the ground level that has all the really nice electronics. That's the stuff that you need to make sure that doesn't burn. But either way, 19 telescopes at Mount Wilson. If this goes down, this is a lot of communications for not just government. So you think cell phones are bad now. If this goes down, it's going to get worse. This tower right here in the middle, that's a cell phone tower. The three pie pieces.
Operations, branch 3 on command.
That's cell phone coverage.
Medical.
Branch 3,
go ahead.
Train. Go ahead.
The really tall ones are probably radio.
Hey, Mike, how do you copy now?
These are cameras. That's pretty cool.
Loud and clear.
Just a ton of communications up there, all threatened right now by this fire.
From 03 Alpha on command. V1, you up? Medical, Division Alpha.
Division Alpha Medical, go.
You guys were calling a moment ago?
Looking over from Mount Lukens, over at Mount Wilson, that's how it looks.
All states air attack, LAV 11 able.
That is absolutely wild.
Go for air attack on V1.
Got a whole bunch of cameras in this
All
area.
states air attack, LAV 1, Holo Tanker 55, release from the Eaton incident, returning back to your airspace shortly.
Yeah, water tanker. Copy, Holo Tanker 55 coming back to base, thanks. 24.
Trying to watch all this stuff.
Hey, repeat that last traffic. I was talking to LA real quick.
Sorry, I don't know what I just said there. I was trying to talk and I heard something and I have no recollection of what I just said. I like all this stuff. I like watching all of it. Would smoke jumpers be of any use for Mount Wilson? Probably not. Aerial attack is probably going to be the best because it's very rugged, which means the fire can run very quickly.
Mike, just a little update up here at Mount Wilson. Everything's going good. The fire did make a pretty good run up towards the towers up here. We did some defensive firing. As of right now, from what we can see,
report of trees on
no
fire.
structures or any of the infrastructure was impacted by fire up here. Break.
So they were able to hold the fire off at Mount Wilson, which is good.
We do probably got about an acre, 2 acre swap over across the main road, the paved road coming up to Mount Wilson. We do have crews and engines actively engaged on cutting line around that.
Can't do air attack because of the turbulence.
If you need us to divert anything up your way, that's the leading priority for the incident right now. Is, Mount Wilson, and then if you can start gaming out what we would need up there tonight to hang on to everything.
I don't think the Hollywood Hills area
for tonight,
was
I'd say
affected
if
badly.
we got a Gulf or two, and at least a minimum of a strike team, maybe 2 water tenders. Don't see a lot of activity after this burns down. However, if something does get established on the other side of the ridge line and wants to make a push up to the top, that'd be a different story. But I don't see that happening. Everything's in our favor right now with the wind. It's kind of pushing the main fire back into itself.
It is not being used currently on the incident.
All right, great news. Thanks for that update. We'll work on that night staffing.
Hey, and while I got you, there was during the first IWI this morning that Zulu had. Selveson's got a little bit of an update for his
Fire
side.
is so close to
I
the
don't have
antennas.
cell service, but
There's the
give Jack a
observatory.
call and he'll let you know what they found over there.
A lot of telescopes up
I'll
there.
call him on the phone.
Palisades Communications, this is Will
Hey,
Rogers,
was
Command
Division Delta
1.
able to get you his
Tell
resource
Branch
needs for
1
tomorrow?
that we have no water tankers available. He was asking
That's
for
a
water
negative.
tanks.
Nothing across
None
the top in your
available here
branch.
at Will Rogers.
No water tankers available.
Branch 1
Sounds
copies
about
of
right.
traffic. None available.
Division Alpha, I copy
I
direct.
copy that.
Nothing available
I might
for
just
water
have to
tenders.
get it from him, and we might just have to do it over the radio real quick. There's no cell service anywhere.
Affirm. Yeah, just so you know,
That helicopter right there
everybody
has a
that is
hose that
going
sucks
to
up
check
water.
in for reassign is
See
going
if
to
it can
go
dump it.
up to Zuma. This is just a temporary staging for rehab, ground support, and water.
I see. LA.
Division Alpha, copy Branch 1, Division Alpha. You'd make the request, like 2 more Charlies and 4 water tenders.
There goes the water from the helicopter.
Branch 1 copies.
Branch 1, Branch 522.
Eden, I see. LA.
Branch 1.
Let me see if I can't wrangle you up a couple of water tenders. I'll send them your way. What division would you want them to report in?
It looks like a thimble
Division Alpha on CDF
in a
TAC
forest
25.
fire.
Also, I'm going to try and wrangle you up 2 alphas if that will work for your calls of service.
Eden, Helibase, Eden Air Attack on command. Yeah, affirm and have them report to Sunset
Eden Air
TCH.
Attack, Eden Helibase on command. Hey, Eden Helibase, we been able to reach you on air to ground, or has the air attack's been using command? Previous air attack's been using the V3 command. Okay, then you know 2 Charlie Kilo is heading back to Eden Helibase, 20 minute ETA. Came through broken, can you repeat?
Branch
2
5,
Charlie
Palisades
Kilo
Communications.
en route back to Helibase, 20 minute ETA. Helibase copies, I have 2 Charlie Kilo, positive AFS.
Eden, I see. LA on command.
Oh, now we have a spam call. Hello. This is Mary.
5.
Hello.
Palisades Communications.
This is Mary. Hello.
Hi, this is Mary from Med Health Center.
Oh, that's what I
I'm
said.
calling.
Division Alpha, Medical. Palisades, ICLA on command.
I like this, Adam. Okay, we're
LA, Palisades Operations.
going to jump back to
That's affirm. We have a report of 2 patients in their 90s needing evac. 3766 Los Flores Canyon. 3766 Los Flores Canyon.
Repeat address, it's off of Los Flores, and then confirm they need evac.
That's a firm RP, not at location, advising 2 patients in their 90s at the house. Address 3766 Los Flores Canyon. 3766 Los Flores Canyon.
Copy. Break. Will Rogers, operations on
Los
V1.
Flores Canyon. Is right here. Just off the Pacific Coast Highway. I'm afraid a lot of these big trees are probably not going to survive this one. Can't quite see the ocean from here, but it's close. It's for sale.
Branch 5, operations on V1. Go for Branch 5. I got another report of trees on fire Let me know when you're ready to copy.
There's so many trees on fire.
Go.
Joyce, thank you for this gifted membership.
1120 Donaire Way, Donaire Way. Branch 5.
Branch 5, Palisade Communications.
Go for branch 5.
1120 Donaire Way.
Branch 5, a tactical channel that's unassigned is the VTAC 1313.
Branch 5 copies. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Palisade Communications.
Las Flores Canyon has burned more than once, unfortunately, yeah.
Division Papa from 1142 Foxtrot.
This is desolation. Look at these homes. Look at this community. Oh, my goodness. That is crazy.
Juliet, branch 5.
Yeah, branch 5, I copy.
Utilize that TAC channel for the aerial operations. Thank you.
Sorry, TAC just flared up. Can you repeat?
Utilize VTAC 1313 for your aerial operations.
VTAC 13. Fortunately, tactical means it's encrypted.
Copy that, thank you. And also, we're still waiting on law enforcement for this east side closure on Sunset.
My suggestion is right now, block it with engines.
Yeah, Efron, we've got it handled for now.
Heather Brown, glad you're doing okay. Please stay safe. It's hard to fathom the scope, the level of destruction that's happened in this area. I imagine people even who live there have a hard time just wrapping their mind around what has happened here. Let's see. So the air attack, eye in the sky over these fires.
Will Rogers, operations on command.
It's staying over the mountains, but they're getting a lot of calls for homes down in the valleys right along here, down between the mountains and the beach. A lot of activity also on the Eaton fire up here at Mount Wilson. You can see they've got some air units. Probably looks like this can. Oh, this is going to be an eye in the sky. That's not a drop, a water drop. Who's this guy? This guy just flying up there? Just to sightsee? From where? Took off from San Diego and just flew right up next to, like, right over the fire area.
Palisades Communications, uniform, trainee, command.
No, it says NA. It might not be private. So we'll see if they stay circle the area.
Palisade Communications.
Uniform trainee with a ground support request for a tire repair. Fire Station 67 or the intersection of Malibu Canyon and Payuma.
Tire repair over by Malibu Canyon. That's going to be down here.
Uniform trainee, Palisade Communications confirming tire repair at Station 67 at the intersection of Malibu Canyon and Payuma.
Engine 51, reach Will Rogers on command 1, please.
Uniform trainee, Palisade Communications.
Operations, Angeles, I
Palisade, go ahead.
Uniform trainee, just confirming tire repair station 6-7 at the intersection of Malibu Canyon and Payuma.
What if they ran over something that was burning?
Type 3 apparatus, model 34.
Tony Zamora gifted 10 memberships. Tony, thank you very much for your generosity.
Operations, Angeles on V3.
Yeah, 2025 has had a rough start. It's been pretty bad.
A uniform trainee, Palisade Communications. Are you able to place a call to communications?
Yeah, give me a couple minutes.
Branch 1, Branch 5, 1 able.
There's a fire retardant plane. Going to make some drops. This is on the Mandanville Canyon. We heard this morning that the fire had entered the canyon to the north, or excuse me, to the west, sort of northwest. They're trying to protect the homes that are in here at the top of this canyon. So they're going to be doing some drops. Looks like he's following a pilot plane.
Lima on command.
Let's see if he lays down.
Go for branch 10.
Yeah, we're going to see a straight drop right here.
And assigned to your branch. Request an assignment. We're staged here at Highway 1 and Malibu Canyon Road.
Trying to stop the fire. A lot of times these large tankers will have a pilot plane that leads them.
Topanga Canyon
And
Road.
they say, just follow me, and they basically just mimic the same movements of the pilot plane in front, who's done a dry run before the fire plane comes behind him. And a lot of trust in there. A lot of trust, because visibility can be really low in those settings.
Operations, regarding that surge strike team, we'll be sending you strike team 1602 Charlie. They're already dispatched to my 5 closest engines.
Catch the door all the way. Court has not come back yet.
Can you repeat the identifier?
I'm watching for it.
1602 Charlie.
Copy. 1602 Charlie. Branch 1, branch 5. Put him to work.
Branch 5, branch 1, go ahead.
Water tender identifiers from branch 5 to you when able. Operations, branch 7 on command.
Good.
E279, Lone Pine 88, E416. All have been told.
Branch 3 operation.
TAC 22 Division Alpha. Are you out here in branch 7, by any chance?
Correction on that, that'll be TAC 25, and I appreciate that, and I'll get back to you with identifiers on the Alpha momentarily.
Branch 7 operation, that for me. Good trade on my end. Affirmed on. I was just going to...
Air attack on.
Division Alpha.
Let me share a little map we have going on over here. This is just a channel map. Everyone has the opportunity to drop a pin on the map and show where they are. And this gives you a little bit of the spread. People who have indicated where they're at so far.
416.
Air attack.
Obviously, we don't want your actual address, just city, state, country, something like that would be good.
Air attack.
Hello to Australia.
Alpha, branch
Thank
5.
you very much.
You have a
Adelaide,
reporting
Australia.
location
Check it
for the
out.
white.
In order for 1 Type 1 helicopter, working with Bear Divide, Division Golf.
Branch 5 Division Alpha, just confirming 279, water tender 88, water tender 416, and the reporting location will be at
Base copies 1 Type 1.
Sullivan Ridge Road. I'm not sure where it comes off of, but if we can get them into drop point 10 when they get there, if they raise me on command or TAC, I can go down and get them.
Branch 5 copy, I'll let you know.
You see the plane's identifier is lead 78. It is a pilot plane. It does lead those bigger retardant drop planes.
Division Alpha.
It's amazing to watch these guys work.
2 more water tenders show up. Can you use them?
Yeah, use your screen name. Ashley, if you want to use your real name, you can do that, but I would use the one we know you as here.
We're still kind of evaluating what we're doing. Stand by a minute, I'll get right back to you.
Heather, heard the boil order went out this morning. It's scary. There's not a lot of water. Do what you can to conserve water and see if that'll help a little bit, but it takes everyone, chipping in that way to make it work. Christy M., welcome to the gallery. Love to see that courthouse change colors. Let's turn in light blue for you. The court is back. Let's see, they're just coming back right now. And they are. We're going to jump over there in just a second. They're just standing as the jury comes in right now, so we're not missing anything. Okay, I'm going to mute the audio for...
The jury. When you came in, you should find
mute the audio for the
packet entitled Court's Instructions to the Jury. I think the title says Plaintiff's Proposed Instructions, but these are the Court's instructions to the jury. So these will be my instructions to you regarding the law in the case. So feel free to follow along if you'd like, or you can listen. It's entirely up to you.
Or you can listen.
Instruction number 1. It is your duty to decide the facts in this case based upon the evidence presented to you during this trial. It is also your duty to accept the law from my instructions, regardless of what you personally believe the law is or personally think it should be. You must apply the law from my instructions to the facts that you decide have been proved, and in this way decide the case. Keep in mind that a charge is only an accusation. The filing of a charge is not evidence that the charge is true. Your decisions as jurors must be made solely upon the evidence presented during these proceedings. The evidence that you are to consider during your deliberations consists of the testimony that you have heard from witnesses and the exhibits that I've admitted during the trial. If evidence was not admitted or was stricken from the record, then you are not to consider it in reaching your verdict. Exhibits may have been marked by the court clerk and given a number, but they do not go with you to the jury room during your deliberations unless they've been admitted into evidence. The exhibits that have been admitted will be available to you in the jury room. One of my duties has been to rule on the admissibility of evidence. Do not be concerned during your deliberations about the reasons for my rulings on the evidence. If I've ruled that any evidence is inadmissible, or if I've asked you to disregard any evidence, then you must not discuss that evidence during your deliberations or consider it in reaching your verdict. Do not speculate whether the evidence would have favored one party or the other. In order to decide whether any proposition has been proved, you must consider all of the evidence that I've admitted that relates to the proposition. Each party is entitled to the benefit of all of the evidence, whether or not that party introduced it. You are the sole judges of the credibility of each witness. You are also the sole judges of the value or weight to be given to the testimony of each witness. In assessing credibility, you must avoid bias, conscious or unconscious, including bias based on religion, ethnicity, race, sexual orientation, gender, or disability. In considering a witness's testimony, you may consider these things: the opportunity of the witness to observe or know the things he or she testifies about, the ability of the witness to observe accurately, the quality of a witness's memory while testifying, the manner of the witness while testifying, any personal interest that the witness might have in the outcome or the issues, any bias or prejudice that the witness may have shown, the reasonableness of the witness's statements in the context of all of the other evidence, and any other factors that affect your evaluation or belief of a witness or your evaluation of his or her testimony. The lawyer's remarks, statements, and arguments are intended to help you understand the evidence and apply the law. It is important, however, for you to remember that the lawyer's statements are not evidence. The evidence is the testimony and the exhibits. The law is contained in my instructions to you. You must disregard any remark, statement, or argument that is not supported by the evidence or by the law in my instructions. You may have heard objections made by the lawyers during trial. Each party has the right to object to questions asked by another lawyer and may have a duty to do so. These objections should not influence you. Do not make any assumptions or draw any conclusions based on the lawyer's objections. Our state constitution prohibits a trial judge from making a comment on the evidence. It would be improper for me to express by words or conduct my personal opinion about the value or testimony of the evidence. I have not intentionally done this. If it appeared to you that I've indicated my personal opinion in any way, either during trial or in giving these instructions, you must disregard this entirely. You have nothing whatever to do with any punishment that may be imposed in case of a violation of the law.
We need to hear the definition.
You may not
of
consider the fact that
Washington
punishment
State.
may follow conviction, except insofar as it may tend to make you careful. The order of these instructions has no significance as to their relative importance. They are all important. In closing arguments, the lawyers may properly discuss specific instructions. During your deliberations, you must consider the instructions as a whole. As jurors, you are officers of this court. You must not let your emotions overcome your rational thought process. You must reach your decision based upon the facts proved to you and on the law given to you, not on sympathy, prejudice, or personal preference. To assure that all parties receive a fair trial, you must act impartially with an earnest desire to reach a proper verdict. Instruction number 2. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. That plea puts in issue every element of the crime charged. The city is the plaintiff and has the burden of proving each element of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant has no burden of proving that a reasonable doubt exists. A defendant is presumed innocent. This presumption continues throughout the entire trial unless, during your deliberations, you find it has been overcome by the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is one for which a reason exists and may arise from the evidence or lack of evidence. It is such a doubt as would exist in the mind of a reasonable person after fully, fairly, and carefully considering all of the evidence or lack of evidence. If from such consideration you have an abiding belief in the truth of the charge, you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt. Instruction number 3. The defendant is not compelled to testify, and the fact that the defendant has not testified cannot be used to infer guilt or to prejudice him in any way. Instruction number 4. The evidence that has been presented to you may be either direct or circumstantial. The term direct evidence refers to evidence that is given by a witness who has directly perceived something at issue in this case. The term circumstantial evidence refers to evidence from which, based on your common sense and experience, you may reasonably infer something that is at issue in this case. The law does not distinguish between direct and circumstantial evidence in terms of their weight or value in finding the facts of this case. One is not necessarily more or less valuable than the other. Instruction number 5. An assault is an intentional touching of another person with unlawful force that is harmful or offensive, regardless of whether any physical injury is done to the person.
Harmful or offensive.
Touching is offensive if the touching would offend an ordinary person who is not unduly sensitive. An assault is also an act with unlawful force done with intent to inflict bodily injury upon another, tending but failing to accomplish it, and accompanied with the apparent present ability to inflict the bodily injury if not prevented. It is not necessary that bodily injury be inflicted. Instruction number 6. To convict the defendant of the crime of assault in the 4th degree, each of the following elements of the crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. 1, that on or about July 12th of 2024, the defendant assaulted Maggie C. Adams, and 2, that this act occurred in the city of Lacey. If you find from the evidence that each of these elements has been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of guilty. On the other hand, if after weighing all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt as to any one of these elements, then it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. Instruction number 7. A person acts with intent or intentionally when acting with the objective or purpose to accomplish a result that constitutes a crime. Instruction number 8. Family or household member means adult persons related by blood or marriage, or adult persons who are presently residing together or who have resided together in the past. Intimate partner means spouses or domestic partners, former spouses or former domestic partners, persons who have a child in common regardless of whether they have been married or have lived together at any time, adult persons presently or previously residing together who have or have had a dating relationship, persons 16 years of age or older who are presently residing together or who have resided together in the past and who have or have had a dating relationship, or a person 16 years of age or older with whom a person 16 years of age or older has or has had a dating relationship. Instruction number 9. As jurors, you have a duty to discuss the case with one another and to deliberate in an effort to reach a unanimous verdict. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but only after you consider the evidence impartially with your fellow jurors. During your deliberations, you should not hesitate to re-examine your own views and to change your opinion based upon further review of the evidence of these instructions. You should not, however, surrender your honest belief about the value or significance of evidence solely because of the opinions of your fellow jurors, nor should you change your mind just for the purpose of reaching a verdict. Instruction number 10. When you begin deliberating, you should first select a presiding juror. The presiding juror's duty is to see that you discuss the issues in the case in an orderly and reasonable manner, that you discuss each issue submitted for your decision fully and fairly, and that each of you has a chance to be heard on every question before you. Deliberations are to occur only in the jury room when all 6 jurors are present. You are all officers of the court and must evaluate the evidence with an open mind, free of bias or prejudice. If during your deliberations you become concerned that the discussions are being influenced by preconceived bias or prejudice, you must bring this to the attention of the other jurors so that the issue may be fairly discussed among all members of the jury. During your deliberations, you may discuss any notes that you have taken during the trial if you wish. You've been allowed to take notes to assist you in remembering clearly, not to substitute for your memory or the memories or notes of other jurors. Do not assume, however, that your notes are any more or less accurate than your memory. You will need to rely on your notes and memory as to the testimony presented in this case. Testimony will rarely, if ever, be repeated for you during your deliberations. If, after carefully reviewing the evidence and instructions, you feel the need to ask the court a legal or procedural question that you've been unable to answer, write the question out simply and clearly. Use the form provided in the jury room. In your question, do not state how the jury has voted. The presiding juror should sign and date the question and give it to the bailiff. I will confer with the attorneys to determine what response, if any, can be given. You will be given the exhibits admitted in evidence, these instructions, and a verdict form for recording your verdict. Some exhibits and visual aids may have been used in court, but will not go with you to the jury room. The exhibits that have been admitted into evidence will be available to you in the jury room. You must fill in the blank provided in the verdict form. They're
talking about the verdict form. This is a one-day trial. The gentleman on the far left is charged with assault against his wife. He grabbed her wrist and her ankle and picked her up. She called the police and has pressed charges. He is a member of the military. He's 2 years away from retirement. They have 2 kids together. She's wanted a divorce for the last, 4 or 5 years. He has apparently a drinking problem. But there were no threats. There was no violence that she reported other than just him picking her up. He wanted her to leave and not come back. And he said, if you don't leave, I'll call the police. The state prosecutes for assault, the 4th level, the 4th degree, and it's a jury trial. The state had 2 witnesses, a police officer and the wife. Both of them were interesting witnesses to listen to, for sure. The jury of 6 plus 1 listened to everything, and now we're going to have the closing arguments by the state first.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said this morning, this is a case about a man who pushed his family away so that he could be alone with a bottle of alcohol.
That alone is not a crime.
The account you heard today presented
not a crime.
2 contrasting approaches to the day, July 12, 2024. On the one hand, we had a selfless approach focused on service to others. As Ms. Adams started her day, tending to the health of her husband, staying with him at the hospital while he had knee surgery, as she said, giving him a ride home afterward. When he wanted to make a choice that risked his health, she shared she didn't think that was a good idea. After that, she focused her attention on her children, on her friend and her friend's children, their guests. But keeping Mr. Adams on her mind, she did attend to him at home too, preparing food for him, making sure he was comfortable. As she's preparing the children and her friend for the trip the next day, things go south, but she doesn't turn her focus inward. She is still concerned with those around her, assuring the safety of Jasmine and all of the children by giving the car key away so that they can get away while she stays behind to face the danger that she's worried about. At that point, we do see some selfishness, though. Ms. Adams did do a couple of things for herself. She protected herself when he grabbed her by kicking free, and she called to ask for help. Other than that, her day was about other people, including Mr. Adams. On the other hand, Mr. Adams spent the day worrying about his next drink. When things became uncomfortable in the home for him, he was concerned with having the home to himself, not worrying about where anybody else is going to go. They would have to figure that out, apparently. This morning, I said that as the city submitted the evidence at the end of the trial here, the city would be confident that it had proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt, and I am right now, and I hope that you'll agree. We'll get into the elements of the crime in the jury instructions in a moment, but before we do, I want to talk about what is not your job and not your problem right now. There are a couple things that it might be tempting to put on your own shoulders that don't properly belong there. They're not your burdens. First of all, you're not here to make a moral decision about Mr. Adams. City is not bringing out a parade of horribles and asking you to condemn him as a bad person. No. Certainly he's a good person, as we all are, but who of us hasn't done something wrong? Who of us hasn't made a mistake? That's what we're here about today. That day, his choices, his action. That's what we're evaluating, not him as a person. Also, it's not your job to decide what happens with his life at all, especially his job. That came up as a topic here today. And a couple of points on that. First of all, we don't know what's going to happen. Might I remind you that jury instruction number 1 says your decisions must be based solely upon the evidence presented during these proceedings. There has been no evidence about what could happen with his job other than Ms. Adams' worry, other than something she was afraid of. Whether that fear is accurate and based in any reality or not, we don't know. That's not in evidence. That's not something for you to deliberate today. It might be tempting for the veterans in the room to think that they know how the system works. I would encourage you to try to work within the confines of the instruction as given and not import that external information. Ultimately, that is not something for you to decide today. Your job is to find the facts, decide whether the city has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the assault occurred. And that's it, within those tight confines. It's not easy, I understand, and I appreciate the difficulty of it, and I appreciate the effort that you're going to put into this, making this decision together. As to the assault, I'll just really quickly work through these elements and show you how the evidence connects up to it. Elements are the pieces, the little ingredients in the recipe that add up to the charge of assault.
That was my mouse.
These come from instructions 6 and 5. There may be a little flipping around if you want to follow with me. If you don't, that's fine. I can talk you through it. 6 is pretty simple. It says to convict him, you got to find 2 things, basically. First, that on or about July 12, 2024, that he assaulted Ms. Adams. I'm going to save this and come back to it. Other than the date, I don't think there's any controversy about the date. The second one's very simple, that this act occurred in the city of Lacey. There's no evidence contradicting that assertion, which was made by Officer Hernandez, as well as the date. He gave the specific address. He said that it's within the city limits, and who would know that better than someone who has to work with those being the boundaries of his responsibility.
We're going to go back to the fire during jury deliberation.
Instruction 5 has the main pieces we need to look at here. What is an assault? And that's a term that we use a lot in everyday speech, but it means a specific thing under the law, and Instruction 5 tells us what that is specifically. Breaking down the pieces here, we have an intentional touching. So intentional, that's a piece of it. What was his mind doing here? Did he intend to touch Ms. Adams? Certainly he did. That is an unavoidable logical conclusion here. There's no evidence to suggest that this could have been an accidental touching or an incidental touching. 2 strangers brushing by each other on the bus, not that sort of thing. He grabbed her. He meant to grab her. That's very clear. The next piece is the touching. Again, very clear. She testified that he grabbed her. The next bit, with unlawful force, we have no evidence supporting the idea that there could be lawfulness to this force. There's no assertion of self-defense or assertion that he was a law enforcement officer effecting an arrest or anything like that. He had no lawful basis to assert that force on Ms. Adams. Here's an interesting one that's harmful or offensive, regardless of whether there's any injury. And the city's not alleging any injury. We are alleging that it was offensive, and that it needs to be offensive to an ordinary person who is not unduly sensitive. The city would submit that clearly this was offensive. Any reasonable person who's approached by another person who's got a good foot on you, weighs double what you weigh and grabs you by your wrist and your ankle on opposing limbs to move you, that's not okay. Nobody thinks that's okay, especially under these circumstances. We incorporate the context that the evidence provides. If that person's angry, no, that's not making it any more reasonable. It's making it more offensive. Also, if that person's been drinking, I submit to you, a reasonable person would not be okay with being touched, being grabbed like that. That would be offensive to a reasonable person. There's nothing in evidence to suggest that there was consent to this. I think it's pretty clear from Ms. Adams' testimony. I hope you'll agree that she didn't want that. She didn't ask for that. She didn't like that. Another thing that the city has to prove is their relationship as domestic violence. There's a whole instruction about this. I don't want to spend too much time because it's pretty clear. She testified that they're married. She testified that they have children in common and that they share a household together. As you'll see in Instruction 8, that certainly qualifies. I want to really thoroughly, hopefully here, address the idea of credibility and reasonable doubt. Beginning of the trial, I suggested you keep your lie detectors turned on, use your gut all the way through. I sure hope you did it. And listen carefully to what they said so you could decide whether or not you believed Ms. Adams and Officer Hernandez. The city would submit that there was no baloney in there at all. You could see from their body language that both were sincere. For Ms. Adams, you could see that she was pretty brave. Not only was she brave that day in staying behind with Mr. Adams and then calling for help, she was brave today in testifying. I don't think anybody could say she looked comfortable up there. It would certainly be a stretch to imagine that she could have enjoyed this in any way. She faced some hard questions. She faced some tough questions, especially from Mr. Swenson about her personal details and things that she may not be proud of in her thought processes, but she owned them. She answered every question. She didn't hesitate. She had nothing to hide. Defense may be tempted to pick her apart. A lot of this case hinges on her credibility. There was some discussion about what may motivate her. I would hope that you can see through those efforts. So you would submit that there's not a reasonable doubt to be had here. There's no good reason to doubt her credibility. There's no reason that holds water. There's no reason that stands up against a little bit of thinking. So we have a few ways to gauge her credibility. We can use nonverbal communications by everybody involved here. And you saw a bunch of it today on the witness stand from the two witnesses. You also saw it in the video with Mr. Adams. He was giving some nonverbal communication in his encounter with law enforcement officers. And I hope to play that again here in a minute so you can keep an eye on that. We also have external factors that we can look at, see whether they corroborate her testimony and Officer Hernandez's testimony or not. And they do in many ways. I mean, in the end, the incident in the bedroom, the two of them were there. We've got to decide whether we believe her or not. And part of that is considering her testimony as a whole and how it's corroborated. So
it's a big word.
One very strong corroboration was the whole involvement of alcohol in this. That's really the key of the whole thing. And her primary concern, also primary driver for his conduct, as well as misjudgment and mistake. Officer Hernandez corroborated this with his personal observation that Mr. Adams smelled like alcohol. And that's a smell that Officer Hernandez was familiar with, not just professionally, but we learned personally as well. Additionally, the video, that again, I'll play in a minute, that corroborates this. As you watch it, look at how Mr. Adams is speaking. Look at how he's holding himself, and consider whether that supports the assertion that he had been drinking alcohol. I would submit that it clearly does. That's not a sober person you're looking at there. Other corroborations, fear. Ms. Adams was afraid. Officer Hernandez arrived on scene, found her shaking, crying in the garage. Not just her fear, the fear of the children as well. They had all been packed up with haste into the car with a friend to go away from mom and dad because things were getting too crazy there. When they arrived back, Officer Hernandez saw fear in their faces. They hesitated to go back inside, unsure of whether it's safe for them or not. These are corroborators that work with the whole of her testimony. And this is stuff that you can consider when you're evaluating her. I'd suggest that they strongly support her. Additionally, she was very specific. She gave a lot of details about what she saw in that house and where things were, where she was, where he was. She very clearly described the actual assault, grabbing, where he grabbed her, how she was positioned, how she felt as that was happening, and why she reacted the way she did. She clearly described the state of the children, her daughter coming out of the bathroom, her hair still wet pajamas, not a good, healthy, calm state for the child to be in, and details that she picked up on and shared with you. And the more detailed she gets, the more trustworthy she is. So I would submit that supports her testimony as well. Finally, it's corroborated by the fact that Mr. Adams fled the scene. Nothing was wrong. If he hadn't made a mistake, why did he run away? City would submit that it supports the notion that he knew he did something wrong. He was trying to avoid accountability for it.
I think we've seen him once
consequences of his
before.
actions. He fled the house with no shoes in the middle of the night. He was found away from the house, walking along the street, covered in dirt and debris. And then the intoxication has already been mentioned. So with that, I'm going to play this video again. I think I have time. And you should also have access to this as you deliberate. I just want to point out a few things as it's playing. Oops. Sorry. Technology again. Plug it in.
I don't know where Santa Barbara is, but 2 hours away. Okay, that's right over here. Santa Barbara is on the coast. Not directly at risk.
How can I help you?
Hey, can you tell us what's going on?
Well, I wanted to call the police because my wife was out of hand.
Is this a clear-headed person speaking with officers here?
My wife was out of hand?
I wanted to call the police because my wife was out of hand.
Okay. Did you try and pick her up at any moment?
No, but she wouldn't give me my cell phone.
Okay, sir. So as of right now, we're placing you under arrest for simple assault DV.
That was some investigation. Hey, sir, how are you doing?
Here,
fine. What do you want? My wife won't give me my phone. Did you pick her
I
up?
encourage
No,
you to
you're
review
under
this
arrest.
during deliberations, but we can see the plant and dirt debris. It's a short time after the incident. City would submit that this shows that he knew he had gotten in trouble. He wanted to avoid that, so he ran. So this morning, I predicted that at the close of the trial, that you would agree that the city had proved this assault beyond a reasonable doubt. I hope that the city has. I trust that the city has.
Predicted it.
And so the city's asking that at the end of your deliberations, and please take your time and be careful with them, but the city is asking that you return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
And please, by take your time, take all of the 10 minutes you need.
And now, members of the jury, please give your attention to Mr. Swenson with the closing argument on behalf of Mr. Adams.
Prosecutor leaves. He's like, I don't want to be here for this. Oh, he's back. Never mind.
Hello, everybody.
We're going to get into the evidence here in just a minute, but first I want to review standards of proof. So, legal standards of proof. There are many of them. I'm going to cover some basics.
Your
so
gut
we have
feel is not one of them.
Reasonable suspicion. That's one of the lowest standards of proof. That's the standard that officers need to stop you, to initiate a stop. Whether
That's
it's
above gut
traffic
feel.
stop, pedestrian stop, they need reasonable suspicion in order to do that. Next, we have probable cause. It's a little bit more than that. That's the standard that they would need in order to arrest somebody or to charge somebody with a crime. Up from that, we have the preponderance of the evidence standard, which is used in civil cases. And basically that standard says it's more likely than not that something occurred. So you could say 50.1% would tip the scale there, and that's what preponderance of the evidence is. From there, we have clear and convincing evidence. This is used in dependency cases. It's not used as often as the others, I would say, but it's used in dependency cases to take away parental rights. So it is clearly an important standard and a high standard that judges and court system looks at. And from there, we have proof beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's the highest standard of proof that we have in our justice system. And there's a reason for that. As you may have noticed as I was going through them, the standards, the more liberty that's at stake in an individual, the standards get more severe, harder to prove. Here we have a lot of liberty at stake. Mr. Adams has been charged with a serious crime, and there's a reason why he is presumed innocent and why the city must prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So let's talk about doubt, because I think there's a lot of doubt in this case. And in jury instruction 2, you'll note that you can consider evidence or the lack of evidence to consider doubt. And in my opening statement, I asked you to consider the lack of evidence as you were listening to testimony, and there's a lot of it. So let's go back. There's no evidence of physical injury. I understand the prosecutor does not need to prove that in order to prove simple assault, but there was no physical injury that could potentially help their case. It's not there. There's no evidence of a struggle. Okay, Ms. Adams and the prosecution makes a big deal about this half-empty bottle of alcohol that was found. Where is this bottle? It hasn't been provided in evidence. Other than Ms. Adams' testimony, it's nowhere to be found. Pictures weren't taken of this. She didn't provide it to the officers who were investigating the scene. Officers didn't examine the scene inside of the home to look for this bottle or any other evidence that may have supported that there was a struggle involved between these individuals. There's no evidence of direct or indirect threats. In fact, Ms. Adams testified that there were none. Mr. Adams never threatened her in any way during this incident. So Mr. Adams denies these allegations against him, but taking Ms. Adams' testimony as completely true, is it certain that an assault occurred here? And I would say that it's not. I think there is doubt there, looking at the element specifically as to harmful or offensive touching. And this is not a subjective standard. This isn't whether Ms. Adams felt like she was, like Mr. Adams was, or she was being, it was harmful or offensive to her. This is a reasonable person standard. This is an objective standard. So this is something that you can discuss amongst yourselves, and what might be reasonable to one person might not be reasonable to another. But an ordinary, let me go to the jury instruction because it says, the touching is offensive if the touching would offend an ordinary person who is not unduly sensitive. Taking her testimony as true, Mr. Adams was trying to remove her from the situation. There was an argument, there was conflict, they were in dispute. She was clearly very mad at him before this incident. She admits to yelling at him, cursing him, and throwing a bottle down the stairs before this altercation even happens. So is it really that harmful or offensive that he was trying to remove her from the bedroom? So that's if you take her testimony as true. Now, I think there are a number of reasons to question Ms. Adams' credibility in this case. So let's go through those, because the reasonable doubt associated with Ms. Adams' credibility, I think, is quite vast. First, she testified that she's wanted a divorce from Mr. Adams for 4 years. Second, she testified that she wants full custody of her children, 2 young children that she shares with Mr. Adams. Third, she admitted to being so angry that she yelled at him, cursed at him, and threw a bottle down the stairs. She admitted to wanting to call the police even before this alleged assault occurred. She wanted to call the police because her husband was apparently drunk and intoxicated. I don't think that's an appropriate reason to call the police, but Ms. Adams was ready to do it to remove him from the situation and satisfy what she wanted at that time, which was for Mr. Adams to leave the house and leave her alone. And finally, and most importantly, I believe, for you to consider, is Ms. Adams' testimony that she was willing to change her testimony at one point. She admitted to being willing to change her statement, or essentially lie, if it was going to negatively impact Mr. Adams' career. Now, you can't consider those potential consequences. I understand that. But what I want you to consider is, and take very carefully, is the situation that Ms. Adams has put Mr. Adams in here today. And the fact that she was willing to change her testimony for what she says was his own interests, but in reality, she has interests tied to his financial well-being as well. And ultimately, somebody who wants a divorce and wants full custody of their children has extremely high motivation to have this case turn out in her favor. So I'd ask you to consider all of those factors in assessing her credibility on the stand today. Let's talk about this body cam footage.
The state should get another bite at the apple, too.
I did object to it being entered into evidence, as you heard. It's prejudicial, in my view, to have show somebody being arrested, but you've seen it, and I want to point out a couple of things about it. First of all, Mr. Adams was surrounded by 5 officers. That's an intimidating situation. I don't care who you are. If you are walking back to your house and see 5 officers approaching you, circling you essentially, you're going to be intimidated. You're probably going to be scared. He actually, in my opinion, handled the situation quite commendably. He was fully cooperative. He was respectful. He asked, I think, what are appropriate questions. He immediately denied that he touched his wife inappropriately. And then he was quickly arrested. The prosecution has made a lot about his apparent intoxication. I just don't see the relevance of that. We don't have direct proof of his intoxication. You can assume a lot of things, but can you say for certain that he was intoxicated based on that video alone or based on Ms. Adams' testimony? She never saw him drink out of the bottle. We don't know how much, if any, he had to drink that day. I think there's reasonable doubt as to that, but I ultimately don't think it's especially relevant to whether an assault occurred or not. There was a lot going on during this incident. Obviously, there was a conflict in the home. Ms. Adams mentioned the children sensing it, her child coming out of the shower wet. Her testimony was that that happened before the alleged assault occurred. So I'd like you to consider the evidence that you've heard and what was Ms. Adams' role in all of this? Was she de-escalating the situation or was she escalating it by her comments toward her husband, throwing a bottle, being angry? The dynamic in the house was not good. There's no dispute as to that. There was an argument. There was something that happened. But consider the context and consider what Ms. Adams has admitted to in her role in it. And lastly, I want to touch on the prosecution's assertion that Mr. Adams leaving the home is evidence of his guilt. I simply think that's absurd. Officer Hernandez testified that officers are trained to encourage people in domestic disputes to separate. Mr. Adams left the home in what was a potentially volatile situation, which was an argument, a conflict. He left the home. Yes, he was barefoot. It was summer. He had shorts and a shirt on. I don't think that that's inappropriate. He came back to the scene. He wasn't fleeing anything. He had nothing to hide with officers. He was respectful. He was cooperative. And he's not guilty of assault. Thank you.
State gets one more bite at the apple. If they
Members
reserve
of the jury
time.
for the final time, please give your attention to Mr. Sharp.
This should be very quick.
Thank
It
you,
should
folks.
be in
I'll try to be
rebuttal to
quick.
whatever
This
defense
is-
said.
City does have the privilege of the last word here, and I'd just like to address a couple of the points that Mr. Swinson made. City would submit that there could always be another little bit of detail that could be brought in, but what the city has submitted to you is sufficient to support this charge. Mr. Swinson's questioned the offensiveness of this touching, as he phrased it, to remove her from the bedroom. And city would submit that if a person's in a bedroom for another person to exert their will over them by physically grabbing them to move them anywhere, that is offensive without authority or consent. So inherently, this touching was offensive aside from any other factors. And as I predicted, a lot of time was spent addressing Mrs. Adams' credibility. Defense questioned her motives, saying she wanted a divorce for a long time, that she was looking for custody of the children. Clearly, she's a caring mother. Clearly, a caring mother would want custody of children should there be a divorce. There's no testimony that she's filed for divorce. There's no testimony that she would file for divorce. There's no evidence to believe that. What you have heard from her, though, is that she hopes that Mr. Adams could retire, and when things slow down, they could work on the marriage. She was open to healing this thing. She's not cutting ties here and trying to gain for herself.
I don't believe that was an evidence.
Overruled.
Wow.
Ms. Adams isn't testifying for her own good in any way. Mr. Swinson pointed out that she was angry, as though that reduces her credibility. She was angry. Shouldn't she have been angry? He's not taking care of himself. He's not taking care of his family in that moment, creating a dangerous situation. That's outrageous. Caring mother, caring wife should be upset about that. Angry does not mean vindictive. I would challenge you to search for an iota of vindictiveness in her testimony today. There's not a shred of it. She's here to tell what happened. A lot was made of her previous mention of being willing to change her testimony should defense request. Mr. Swinson suggests that this means she would say anything she would need to or want to. City would put it another way. She's worried about the well-being of her husband, of her family, not her own interests, not her own interests. She's saying, this is scary. This is a scary thing. That doesn't undermine her credibility. The fact that she's worried about what might happen to him, what might happen to her, what might happen to the family. That's a very natural and excusable thing. And there was no testimony or other evidence that supports any claim that she was altering her testimony today. In fact, there's testimony that she did not do so. She had offered to do so, yet she's here. Yet she's going through this. She sat there and took all of those hard questions while all of you watched her, and certainly that wasn't comfortable. Finally, her financial interests. That can't be what's going on here.
Just to rule that one out.
You saw as I asked her what it would mean. What benefits would he get when he retires? She didn't know the details. She couldn't share them. When asked about it, she shared that she thought he should get some training and get a job when he gets out so he's got a good income. She shared that she has a job herself and has her own income. She made no mention of any potential benefits that she may have an interest in. And frankly, when asked about it, she appeared to be unaware. So city would submit that that is not a factor either. And all of these are hollow reasons to question the credibility of a woman who just underwent a very difficult experience here in front of all of you this morning to tell the truth about what happened to her. Again, not out of self-interest. She's, as usual, looking outside of herself, worrying about her family. So again, the city is asking you to return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
And with that, we're going to publish our poll.
All right, members of the
Pretty
jury,
simple.
before I send you into the
Is Mr.
jury
Adams
room
guilty
to
of assault?
deliberate on the
Yes
verdict,
or no?
Juror number 7, the end. At the beginning of this case, you were selected to be the alternate juror for this case, but since all of the rest of the jurors have made it to the end of the case, your services aren't going to be needed, so I'm going to excuse you. But you still need to remember that you can't discuss the case or how you would have voted until the jury has reached a verdict. And the clerk will let you know when that is. Okay? So the other than juror number 7, the other 6 of you, please retire to the jury room and deliberate on your verdict.
Okay, as they go to the verdict room, there may be some discussions about the evidence, if they need a laptop or a screen or something like that. But we're going to return to our scanner coverage. So we'll turn off the audio from here and bring back both left and right channels. This is a little confusing, but we are monitoring 2 fires in LA County at the same time. What we have, as you can see here, we've got the Palisades fire. That is a live satellite image of the heat registered from the satellite by the satellites in space for the fire. And then we also have the Ayden fire. If we zoom in a little closer, we can see some of the heat signatures for the Ayden fire, especially around the Mount Wilson area where it's been quite active today. Give it a minute. This website's a little busy. So Ayden fire will be in your right ear. In your left ear, you'll have Palisades fire. We're going to have the emergency traffic for both of those coming on right now.
Yeah, myself or Sheriff 5 did not see a vehicle over the side.
I'd like to place a line order for 2 porta potties with 1 wash station.
Hashtag porta potty.
I need 10 cases of water, 10 cases of Gatorade,
traffic with
1 case trash bags, and then I have a hose order when you're ready. Let me know.
We need porta potties, wash station, trash bag, and clothes. That's the Palisade side.
Division Papa, Division Tango.
We are going to close out the poll because it's going to confuse people to have that up on the top as we're doing fire coverage.
Tango, Papa.
The poll.
Yeah, I got another structure with fire in the attic up here on Carbon Canyon Drive. I'm working on the address. It's going to be next to 3310. Is there any way you can kick me an additional engine?
Carbon Canyon Drive.
Type 1 or Type 3?
Anything at this point. Let's start a Type 3 if you have it. Just I got to figure out if we can get an engine up this driveway.
Copy.
Can't be the. It's got to be a different
Palisades
Carbon
Communication, Victor Trading. Command.
Because there's one by Anaheim, but that can't be it.
Victor Trainee, go ahead with the remainder of your order. I copied the 10 cases
Malibu.
of water, 10 cases Gatorade, 1 case of trash bags.
Ooh, Gatorade. 10 cases of Gatorade.
Okay, hose order is as follows. Can I get 5,000 feet, 1.5 inches? 5,000 feet,
Hose.
1 inch.
Hose, not clothes.
50 gated wise. 50 1.5 to 1 inch reducers. 50 1 inch nozzles. And folded tank, snap tank, 1,500 gallon times 2, or the equivalent pumpkin.
Ayden CLA on V3.
That was a fire equipment order. Those are sometimes delivered on the ground and sometimes delivered by helicopter, depending on where they need it going to. It's a lot of hose. That's probably going to be on the ground.
Victor Trainee, Palisades Communications, copy the 5,000 feet of 1.5 inch, 5,000 feet of 1 inch gated wise. Can you repeat the remainder?
Go for operations training.
Operations trainee.
Yes,
I need
that
someone
was
to meet me in LA County
50 gated wise. 50 1.5 to 1 inch reducer. 50 1 inch nozzles, and 2 folded tanks
by one, we'll meet you
or
on LA
2
County
pumpkins. 1,500 gallons if you have it. Need a gallonage for the snap tanks. That completes the order.
Code pumpkin. I believe the pumpkins are collapsible water tanks.
On LA, on command, LA V3.
Division Golf, Ayden Air Attack, can I have you switch over to air ground? Just coming in your pitch ground now.
Let me see if I can get these audios balanced out. Hit a little more volume on the right.
Division Alpha from Contingency East on command.
Division Alpha.
Yes, sir. Unable to contact you on TAC. I do have a resource that's checking in with me that says he was working for you, and you're ready to copy the number.
These are updated every couple minutes, these fire heat maps. The red is basically where it's active right now.
It's a dozer currently located top of Mountain Gate.
This is the Palisades fire. There is a little bit of heat.
Yeah, I copy. If you have work for him since he's over there, you can plug him in. Otherwise, he needs to come to the end of West Ridge. And he'll be working with 78 Lima over there on this TAC 25.
Palisades has basically 3 fronts. They've got this area
copy.
up
I'll
next to
face with them. And also, we're just about completed on the top half of our mission we talked about. I will come over to West Ridge and widen and improve with all of our dozers if that's what you're trying to do.
We'll have enough over there on West Ridge. I got 78 Lima, and this will be, and 4 privates that'll be working on that.
We've got the area just inland from Malibu.
Okay. Do you have any other
a little
needs
bit down here
once we leave
in
here?
Palisades still.
You've completed your whole piece above and below the golf course?
These are all houses. These are all houses that are burning. It's wiped a whole community off the map.
Palisades Communications.
You can see the Hearst fire right up here. We'll give it just a second to populate as well. It's not even showing up. Oh, there we go. Here it goes.
Division Papa.
Tiny bit of fire. Still active.
Branch 5.
But not a lot. There's the original fire area to the right. NASA providing all this aerial coverage for us. Thank you, NASA. The big concern earlier today was the Mount Wilson area where we have an antenna farm for a lot of communications for the Los Angeles Valley. TV, radio, amateur radio, commercial, and government all have antennas up there.
Victor Trainee, Palisades Communications,
Crucial,
confirming
even for this firefighting effort.
Drop Point, Tuna Canyon, and Saddle Peak, requesting 2 porta potties, 1 wash station, 10 cases of water, 10 cases of Gatorade, 1 case of trash bags, breaks.
Tuna Canyon and Saddle Peak, that's going to be in this area around
Palisades
Topanga.
Communications continuing 50 gated wise, 50 1.5 to 1 inch reducers, 50 1-inch nozzles, and 2 snap tanks equaling 1,500 gallons or the equivalent of a pumpkin.
Palisades Communications, Victor Trainee, yeah, correct on all points.
Palisades Communications copies. Break. Division Zulu, Palisades Communications.
Communications, Division Zulu.
Division Zulu, are you able to place a call to communications?
This has been a problem throughout the whole day. Communications has not been answering on the radio.
I can try. You have a number?
Air Operations, Eden Air Tech.
Division Zulu, phone number 9168.
We're going to turn off that phone number. We don't need to give that out.
Communications, Zulu, not at this time. I'll have to get to a high point.
He's saying he doesn't have cell coverage right now. He has to get to a higher point where
Division Zulu,
he can reach an antenna
copies.
that's functioning for the cell phone.
Eden Air Operations, Eden Air Tech. Command. On V3.
Unit calling Zulu, go ahead. Zulu training. Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, Operations, not sure if you heard that conversation with the golf earlier, but we have a plan. A helicopter coming
direct, a little bit on top.
from the flat.
3 of the engines.
Coming
If we could
over
possibly get another crew, I do have another piece down here that is going to need cut out.
Support with 1 Charlie.
Whereabouts are you talking?
Yeah, and it's going to be a maybe if we can get him in there.
I'll get you a better location. The piece that we're going to readjust to is
very turbulent up there in the air.
on the houses above the lumberyard.
So Ayden still has a lot of high winds and turbulence in that area. This is an updated map for our viewers.
Okay, on the other side of the road to the...
where are you? Drop your pin. There's a link in chat where you can enter your own username and drop your pin.
I already have the plan in motion as far as 3 engines going with us up there. We're going to go tie in.
We're still waiting for Montana
next to the road
to check in.
Where the green hits the black, that's going to eventually need to be cut out as well. Pretty cold right now.
See what other states do we need as well? Montana, Nevada. Nevada is a no-show.
I copy. That's in Division Yankee, correct?
Hey, from I haven't been able to sign.
West Virginia has not. It's been close. It's been close. That's Ohio.
Okay. The crews on this side are gainfully employed, so I don't have anything to shift that direction.
They're working hard.
I'll see if I can get with Yankee and tie in with you. Break, Yankee, Zulu on command.
The UK coming in strong. We've got some Ireland. Look at that, right there in Dublin.
Division Papa.
Irish Princess, thank you.
Branch 5.
Branch 5, Papa.
Scotland represents.
I have
England
one
is here.
Alpha
Wales
that I
as
can send
well.
you for all your structures, your calls for service as well. It'll be
Netherlands,
5800
Berlin,
Alpha, confirming you're on TAC 30, correct?
Trondheim.
Affirmative, TAC 30.
In
Can you give
Norway.
me the identifier again?
Robert, thank you very much.
5800 Alpha. The caveat to them is that if they need to get broken away, we got to cut them loose fast. I'll catch you on your TAC.
Greece as well.
Copy. Send them
You
towards
guys are amazing.
Carbon Canyon
Thank
Road.
you very much for helping us. You can all drop your pin if you would like. And you can also view that map yourself using those links. Amber, thanks for putting that together. I'm not aware of any prisons in the fire area. There's obviously, every sort of town and county has jails, but I don't know if anything's been through.
Division Union, strike team 9261 Lima on command.
61 Lima Union.
Yeah, we've been assigned to your division, currently staged at base camp. Your direction?
Okay, you can bring your machine and stage the dozer on transport at Malibu Canyon and Payuma, and then tie in with me on TAC 31.
Confirming Malibu Canyon, cross of what street?
Payuma Road. Malibu Canyon and Payuma Road.
9261 Lima copies. Malibu Canyon, Payuma Road. Contact you on TAC. Copy.
Zulu trainee on command.
Go ahead.
I'm just going to handle the plan I have with the resources I have for this now. We'll tackle that other job later.
Okay, which engines are you using? The ones off 4050?
Hey, I'm going to use 3 of those engines. I'm leaving 2 of the engines down here by the lumber yard. And
North and South Barbara is the closest prison.
Right there.
Okay, I copy. Are they still supporting that handline show?
The engine is improving the creek.
There are 2 links for the map. The first link, which is this one right here, that's the form where you enter your username on YouTube. So like Ricky C would say, Ricky C. And the second line of that form is where you say, like a city or state or a large city next to you if you don't want to give away your exact location. And then the second link
Operations, Palisade Communications. I have a report of a grass fire.
Is where you can view the map.
16722 Monte Alto Place. Alto Place.
16722
16722 Monte Alto. Operation
Alto.
copy.
That's going to be right here. grass fire is what they're calling it out as, but it's a very heavily populated area. It's possibly that's going to be in the back.
Branch 1, branch 10 on command.
So tennis is popular in this neighborhood. Going to a street view.
That copies the address.
Not a through street, it is a dead end. Monte Alto Place is where we're at. Some nice. It's a beautiful area. I mean,
Branch 1, branch 10 on command. It's traffic for branch 1. Yeah, it's branch 10. Is there anywhere we can tie in?
Looks like it might have jumped.
Yeah, I'm just going to start working up the Maddenville Fire Road to the north end of Mulholland. I imagine up in that country is probably a good spot.
We're going to go back to air traffic control, see what's happening.
Copy. I'll be coming across Eagle Springs, and maybe we'll tie in with each other somewhere out there. Kind of wanting to see what your plan is in that Division Alpha and let you know what we got going on in Zulu here.
Yeah, Battalion 12.
Yeah, copy. We'll shoot for a rendezvous in sometime this afternoon into the evening.
It's the Eaton fire. The eye in the sky, keeping an eye on things there. Looking for hot spots, looking for flare-ups, monitoring everything. Not a lot of air traffic there. We've heard from the air attack there.
Branch 1 Alpha, let me know when you go up and I don't know if you're meeting with Branch 10 or Zulu.
11,000 feet.
And I'll go up there with you.
Yeah, I'm 10 minutes from you. We'll talk before I head out.
Much less turbulence over here.
I'm over on Sullivan Ridge Road right now.
Looks like the Super Scoopers are back in business. Coming in, they just came in off the ocean, scooped up some water just off of Will Rogers State Park. That would be quite a sight to see.
Hey, right Jake, let me know if you tie into Rogers Road Trail, and maybe we can meet out there. That copy, Roger. Is that tie in with Sullivan? I think it does. It parallels each other for a little bit, but I think they loop around.
You can see they're flying low and dropping down in the canyon. Their altitude here is 1,300 feet. It's probably below the peak level, so they're literally down in the canyon. You see this green arch across the top?
Copy. When I get over
green
there,
is higher,
I think
yellow is
I'll
lower.
tie in with it, and then I'll let you know and meet them
over the ridge and drop down into the valley to make this run. It's very risky. It's dangerous. Incredibly dangerous. High level of skill required to do this sort of pilot work, especially around fires, but sort of have their own weather system if they get too big. Can have some really turbulent stuff. Looks like they're utilizing the lake here, the Encino Reservoir, probably to refuel some of these helicopters. They have a big hose that drops down into the lake and sucks up the water to fill the tanks. So they'll make the stop right about in here, fill up, and then continue back. And they're dropping most of this over by Topanga, which the fire, unfortunately, has spread from the rugged mountains to the east of Topanga and is dropping down into Topanga proper. This is also next to Fernwood. Both those areas, a lot of houses, a lot of little windy roads, a lot of houses close together as well. Let's see. This guy is headed out. Looks like he's going to be landing. That was the lead plane.
Operations, Palisade Communications.
Go for operations.
Probably replaced by this plane right here.
Palisade Communications operations. Go ahead with traffic.
I'm not seeing anything on the Lydia fire. It's probably either too small to rise to
Palisade Communications receiving a new report. Structure fire 1680 Alta Mura MURA Road.
Operations copy.
Structure fire
1680 Alta Mura.
That's this house right here. Sadly, long driveway. It's a narrow property that puts it right back away from the road. Street view, you're probably not even going to be able to see. Well, you can't
Operations, Branch 1, copy the traffic, and have apparatus engaged. Thank you.
Because Street View stops right here. Private road. No trespassing. It's a private road up there, and obviously the firefighters will have to get up there. It's a narrow road as well. But just to give you a perspective of where that is, that's zooming out here on the foothills, the upper outer limits of the Palisades area, just north of Santa Monica. I guess no, it's east of Palisades, Brentwood Park area. It's right in here.
Ayden operations. Ayden air attack. V3.
Air attack, go ahead.
The operations, were you guys able to pass that message and get us something coming?
That's this guy we're watching right
here.
Yep,
it's in the works, and we'll advise from Air Ops when he gets
Division Tango Branch 7, are you up Carbon Canyon? I'm at Station 70. I can come up and meet you.
Okay, copy. And as far as an update,
yeah, firm. I'm making my way back to my vehicle. Sorry about that. I can meet you at Fire Station 70 in about 5.
Division Delta.
Yeah, if you're up Carbon Canyon, I'll just start driving up and we'll meet up there. I haven't been up here today.
Impacted
I firm my pickup parked on Carbon Canyon. I'm up at a residence, so I'm working my way back.
Alpha, everything's holding on the good side of the brake.
Branch 10, Deputy Operations.
Division Alpha, Section 30.
Go for Branch 10.
Can you resend your 215 information, please?
That's good copy.
Yeah, I sent it to Lauren to Ayden.
Hello, Tanker 55, copies response.
Negative.
Hello, Tanker 55.
Operations air attack on V1, one able.
Go for operations.
This is both air and ground
Yeah,
communications.
operations from the East Dip. Can you confirm that the high tension power lines are de-energized?
De-energized means turned off, not grounded and burnt down, but turned off manually.
Just confirming where's the East Dip. We'll find it. I don't think it's on the map right now.
Okay, the Encino Reservoir going to be in Branch 10. All the vehicles are parked at this staging area. I got high tension power lines, just checking to see if they're de-energized.
The Encino Reservoir?
Stand by. I'll put a check on that.
Helicopter's filling up right now.
Deputy operations on V1.
These helicopters are dropping, between 1,000 and 2,000 gallons of water
disregard to previous
per trip.
Deputy operations on V1, command.
Operations, Deputy Operations, go ahead.
Can you please inquire to see if there's any high tension power lines that have been de-energized near the Encino Reservoir, which is the Encino Dip?
Encino Dip. That's where the dip point for the helicopters.
Okay, I'll check with utilities and get back to you.
Copy, thank you. Also, are you available for a phone call for some information for tactics?
Branch 5, Division Juliet, command.
Go ahead.
We're keeping an eye out for
We've
court
got
to see if we get
fire
a
at the
verdict.
gymnasium at the Palisades Recreation Center. We've got one engine on it as of now. They're requesting structure response, 3 Type 1s, and a ladder truck if we can get it.
Branch 5 copies.
Palisades Recreation Center.
Branch 10 Zulu on command.
Look at this. Look at the houses.
Go for branch 10.
This is
Were you able
suburban.
to get those other cats?
There's the recreation center.
Hey,
It's on
firm,
fire.
they're making a plan to engage right now. They're working their way in.
The cats he's talking about are Caterpillar
We
tractors.
could
They're
have
not
them high
actually-
track out to where I'm at. We might be able to get a foothold on this thing.
So this is just up from Will Rogers Beach.
I copy. See if you can get a hold of them. They're 9118 Lima.
If we look at the NASA stats on Will Rogers Beach, that's an area that has had a couple hot spots throughout today. I think it's down here.
Branch 5, Foxtrot, command.
Right down in here. So it's not a,
Go for branch 5.
a big area as far as fire is concerned.
Hey, I
But there
caught
are
the traffic
some
on that
hot spots.
gymnasium up at Pacific Palisades.
Palisades.
What were they requesting?
Bunch of trucks and a ladder.
Several engines and I'll go through communications for another ladder truck.
All right. I talked to the task force that's up here. It's a metal roof, and it's the foam underneath that's burning, and it's already gutted on the inside.
That's a write-off then. It's done.
I copy. Juliet, can you validate and get back to me?
LAX is wide open. We can watch the traffic.
9118 Lima Zulu on command.
I was talking when you so rudely interrupted. No, just kidding. Let's see, Flight Radar. We can zoom in and see the LAX is right down here. Quite
you
busy.
were broken. Have you guys offloaded to start tracking up yet?
A lot of planes moving on the grounds there. Let's see. It looks like the flight path they're coming in from the east.
I copy.
So these would be
give
the,
me a holler on,
the planes lined up for approach.
TAC 40 when you get unloaded.
And then landing. Takeoff would be out over the ocean that way. So that's a reverse flight pattern than we saw yesterday. Planes that are taking off are going off here, like this guy here is going from LAX to somewhere. That's a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Beautiful, beautiful, massive, massive plane. This one's going to Seattle. Spirit Airlines, not a sponsor. LAX to Seattle as well. They're flying out this way. Planes that are landing.
Camarillo, Helibase, you up for air attack on?
Go ahead, Branch.
Tape High. Wow. That's a long flight. These are the inbounds to LAX right here. Houston. Lots of planes stacked up all across the valley here. Getting ready to land. All these passengers looking out the window are, if they look, this is the fire, and the Palisades area is maybe 5 miles from LAX. Like the area that's burned is maybe 5 to 7 miles from LAX. So if you go on Twitter, you're going to see a ton of photographs of people flying in and out of LAX that have pictures of the fire from the air, especially at night. It just becomes amazing to see from the air. Will we get a verdict before podcast time? Podcast is at 8. I am watching the Thurston County District Court 4 page as well because I'm not doing anything else right now. And we don't have a verdict yet. They don't announce always. And I have to... Last time in this court, they didn't even air the verdict, right? Or was that a different court? I forget. It was a small court, and it frustrated us. There's been talk about arson. I know there's some posts on Twitter of people that say, filming someone who was trying to light something on fire. I don't know if this is the reason. It's more likely that the wind and the power lines were the cause of most of these fires.
Operation Palisade Communications.
Or a backyard fire that got out of control. I don't think these are all arson.
Operations, Palisades Communications. We're receiving a report of a structure fire with a broken gas line, 14040 West Sunset Boulevard.
Copy, 14040 West Sunset Boulevard.
Call from
AWOL.
AWOL, I almost thought you were spam.
Oh, no. Are you selling insurance?
Have I got a deal for you?
have been. I know this is a quick thing. I don't know if you have been following the CNN trial.
I have not.
Because of the politics.
Too much politics. We're not going there.
Too much, right? But it is super spicy. I have timestamps that has nothing to do with politics that I will text the phone. It was just like a discovery issue.
It
had nothing to do with politics.
I'll watch it.
And I will send you that.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
Thanks, AWOL.
All right.
All right. We'll see you, man. Bye.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Branch 5, Juliet on command.
The address they just gave, the West Sunset Boulevard address.
1880 Charlie is here requesting
right here.
2 Type 1s and the local truck right here, 69.
Nope, this is the wrong state altogether. This is North Carolina. It would be nice if it were right here. This is much closer to me.
From Mike.
Need to be right here.
Break. Communications, Branch 5. I'd like to order another ladder company from LA City.
That is the Sunset Fire.
For a structure fire at the Palisades High School gymnasium.
They're sending units to a burned out building.
Julie.
Branch 5.
Correct address for that?
Requesting a ladder company from LA County for the structure fire at Palisades High School.
Palisades Recreation Center.
Communication 8, Branch 5, in address. Al. I believe LA City will be the closest resource. Break. Division Juliet, Branch 5, can you go with the address for the facility?
I can tell you the address. 851 Alma Real Drive, Pacific Palisades. Or is that the high school that they have burning now?
Will Rogers, staging, operations.
Requesting a ladder company from LA City as closest resource.
Operations from Will Rogers, go ahead. Yeah, I just heard Branch 5 requesting a ladder truck from LA City. I think you had one in the parking lot. Is it still there?
All sides, communications or operations. Division Mike, priority traffic.
Returned it back to the city. Sorry.
Ladder truck's gone.
No problem. Hold traffic for emergency traffic. Division Mike, operations, go ahead.
Priority traffic, not emergency traffic. 283 Trino has a drone above it. A super scooper almost hit it.
Oh, no, that's number 2.
Yes, we'll categorize that as an emergency. Copy. 283 Trino drone. Copy. Break, air attack, operations V1.
That's the second report of a drone in the area. There were questions asked about this at the press conference this morning, and nobody knew anything about it. There's a super scooper. I think there might be another super scooper in here.
Air attack, operations on V1.
Operations, go for air attack on V1.
Did you copy that traffic from Division Mike? There is a drone in the area of 283 Trino Way, which is Division Mike along the coast. Possibly getting near aircraft, just for safety.
Air attack copies the traffic. Quebec 2 has been notified. We'll isolate the area.
That means that they can do nothing in this
Copy
area.
that, thank you.
This is where the drone's
Deputy
flying.
Ops Operations on
Right
V1.
next to the coast, right by Will Rogers State Beach. This is right Palisades Recreation Area. That's where they were calling in the roof on fire. They have been scooping water just off the shore of the beach, and now you've got a super scooper who's going to have to divert away from this beach to stay
Deputy
clear of that drone.
Operations V1.
And it will slow down the fire. It's incredibly thoughtless to fly a drone in a fire area.
Engine 512 on command. Yeah, did you cover that traffic? There is a drone in Division Mike area of 283 Trino Way, Trino. Can we get law enforcement over there and do an investigation and ground that drone?
Ground the drone.
Affirmative.
Possibly tase the pilot.
283 Trino. Branch? What branch is it in?
That'll be Branch 5, Division Mike. Also, air attack is aware.
Copy.
I love this stuff. I love emergency communications. I've been involved in it for a lot of years, since I first got my ham radio license, way back when I was just a pup.
Operations there. Operations copies.
Let's keep an eye on flight radar to watch where our super scooper now has to go because of this drone. The drone was spotted over on Trino Way over here. So now he's diverted over here. He's a little bit further south. Doing a little bit different pickup area. A lot of drones from big reputable companies will not fly in an area that has a TFR, a temporary flight restriction. It literally has a GPS reading and communicates with the internet before you launch, and it checks to see if it can fly. So either people are bypassing
Palisades Communications,
that safety mechanism, or they've got a cheaper drone that doesn't do those checks.
Palisades Communications, go ahead.
Danny, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships.
Palisades Communications, Cameron Elvis, can you get the time from air attack that the Helco needs to be up for relief?
Eden Operations, LAV3.
These are civilian drones. None of the government agencies are flying drones. They have fixed-wing aircraft, manned aircraft.
Eden Operations, reports of Edison wire down on house causing smoking and arcing. 1738 Holston Avenue. 1738 Holston Avenue.
Go for operations.
Power lines down.
I need yourself for land in the place to call. Operations training copies 1738 Holston Avenue.
Copy. I'll get the location to call you. Give me 5 to 10.
We'll bring you a Zillow view on the house that just reported the power lines down on the house. And maybe get you a street view as well. This is our street view. So probably going to be those power lines right there that are down on the house and arcing. I love the basketball hoop nailed to the palm tree. That is so California. I love it.
Division Mike 5800 Alpha.
But power lines arcing are gonna bring fire pretty quick.
Division Mike 5800 Alpha. We arrived at Station 70.
From your staging Sunset BCH.
1,600 square feet, 3-bed, 2-bath.
That's negative. You got
all for $1.4 million. Home prices are very expensive in this area.
Branch, have you move up, correct?
All of California, for the most part.
Yeah, it's affirmative. Branch.
Thanks.
The Super Scooper has only flown one
Branch 5
route, and it may be landing now, possibly because of the drone in the area for its own safety.
Have you checked in with Papa yet?
Have you checked in with Papa yet? I asked Dad, and he said I could play.
Okay, CDF TAC 30, correction. CDF TAC 30, contact Papa,
Report to PCH and Carbon Canyon.
I copy.
No stopping the smoke. Weather Watch, I love it. Maybe we share these on the podcast tonight. Thomas, I will do whatever, however we want to run. We wing it, so we can just see where it's at. Podcast is at 8 o'clock tonight. It's only 5:30 right now. We've got a little bit of time, but if you are free tonight, and you should be, because why would you not be? Join us on this channel. We do a podcast
Division
every
Papa,
Thursday
Division
night.
Tango.
Thomas, who is Weather Watch on the channel, and I will be live interacting with you, possibly covering this fire, possibly talking about something a little bit more lighthearted, depending on what's happening with the fire at that time. Yeah, this is terrible. This is terrible. That tanker going and being grounded now. It's coming in for a landing right up here at this airport. It's not far away, but it's going to Vanoy. Is that it? Did I say it right? Van Nuys Airport. It's only made one pass. And it saw a drone right over there. It refueled, and it's going to land. So it's got water now on board. But it just refueled, and it's going to land possibly until they get that drone out of the area, because somebody was going to be a looky-loo with a little drone that they bought at Best Buy or wherever. Leandra, thanks for the membership. I'm currently evacuated from Brentwood. We are staying in Orange County for now. Oh, my goodness. Leandra, thoughts and prayers out for you and your family, your neighbors, your friends in that area. Please stay safe.
Division Zulu, branch 10 on command.
Sounds like Van Nuys.
9430 Charlie, Mike, command, go ahead.
Yes, I do it on purpose. I mispronounce everything all the time on purpose.
Hey, do you copy that traffic with air attack on air-to-ground command? Negative. So where that lat just dropped, there's a bunch of vehicles under the high-tension power lines, and it looks like joggers on that ridge. It should be in the area where you're at.
Joggers?
I didn't see where the last drop was at, but if it's where I'm looking, it's quite a ways away from where I'm at. Copy.
Looks like we got some more air assets coming back into play over on the Eaton fire. The good news is the Wilson Observatory area and the antenna farm particularly, with all the communications, has been protected, even though the fire literally burned right up to it. It looks like no harm so far to the communications in that area. That's a big hot point for everybody to watch.
Camarillo, Halibase, Palisade Communications.
It's pronounced jogging.
For Camarillo, Halibase.
Why would you go jogging with air quality like this?
Contact Halibase 1 on command.
Every breath you take defeats any benefit you get from the exercise.
Operations, Mike.
Go ahead for operations.
In reports of the media trying to launch drones at Trino and Arno Way. 30 Charlie denied them. I'm not sure if they're the ones that are headed up at 283 Trino. I don't know if you get law enforcement or a rep up there. I'm trying to work my way over there now.
If it's media, they... Oh, my
Yeah,
goodness.
copy that. We have law enforcement responding, already in motion.
Division, Mike.
The media should know better. First of all,
Communications, branch 5.
media has to fly, because it's commercial, they have to fly with an
Branch 5
FAA
Communications, go ahead.
authorized pilot.
Reporting location for the ladder truck will be 851
Look at these helicopters.
Real Drive.
All in this Sylvia Park area. Topanga.
Branch 5 Communications
Topanga, sorry.
copies
1, 2, 3,
851
4,
Alma
5.
Real Drive.
You see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 helicopters just all over here. Unbelievable. So much air traffic. You've got planes in the area as well. Up above, watching everything. And coordinating the drops. But the Super Scooper had to go. It can't stay.
Palisades operations, air attack, V1.
Unit calling operations, identify.
Yeah, it's air attack. I got eyes on a new smoke on the other side of the freeway. Just want to know if it's been called in yet.
Uh-oh. This is why we have air attack up high in the sky. This is in Palisades.
When you call this, say the freeway, new smoke on the other side of the 101 freeway?
Yes, affirmative.
Where's the 101?
I have not heard that. Stand by. Let's see if I can get some intel.
I'm going to head that way right now. I don't have anything in tow. I'll see if I can drag a couple copters over there. I just want to know if they did an initial attack on it.
Battalion 44 on V1. Hey, go for operations. From Battalion 44, yeah, one of our copters is still alarmed. 101 in Valley Circle, 20 acres, light grass, moderate rate of spread. Getting called in right now. Copy, thanks. Break, air attack, operations. You copy that traffic?
I did copy that traffic. I just want to know your wishes. I can disengage right now where I was working in branch 10 and drag everything over here.
If you can make contact with that air attack, or they're going to have a helico assigned to that, and I am open to the idea of diverting resources over there to keep that small.
Okay, understood.
Branch 10, Zulu Chinese, on command.
Saying that it's closer to the beach.
Yeah, I have a request. 5,000 feet. Oh, let me know when you're ready.
There's the one is down on the beach. Where's the 101? I think that's up north. It's on the other side.
I need 5,000 feet of inch-and-a-half hose, 2,500 feet of 1 inch, 25 forestry tees, 25-inch nozzles, and 10 gallons of unleaded fuel delivered to Topanga Lumber.
All right, there. This is the air attack.
Air attack operation.
Spotted the fire.
V1.
Operations, go for air attack V1.
Yeah, just confirming I'm good with that report. Large potential on that, so if we go ahead and if we need to go lock that down, keep it small so that it doesn't impact our north end.
I copy all traffic and 4 copters are already coming over. I'll let you know the progress.
4 helicopters.
Perfect, thank you. And if you need additional information, just go direct with LA dispatch.
Four choppers are headed to where that new grass fire is. They say it's a high threat area. This could really split their resources again. So if they can knock it down while it's small, that would be preferable for sure.
Palisades operations, Ventura County Crew 11 on your command.
Go for operations.
Christian, Trevor here. Just sounds like you got stuff en route, or air attacks en route from your incident to the new start near Bell Canyon.
Yeah, it's affirmative. 4 copters, air attack is going over to the new start.
Okay, copy that. Thank you. Ventura County's got a full response en route as well.
Let's see if any of the satellites from
NASA
copy that.
Are picking feel free to hit me up on this and let me know if I have to try to work out freeing some resources. We're pretty low, but we'll like to keep that small.
Okay, copy and confirming aircraft have been using LA County air to ground for your incident.
Our aircraft on this command was CDF air to ground 6 and the TAC was CDF air to ground 15.
Copy all air to ground 6 and 15 for air to ground command and tactical. Thank you. Crew 11 clear.
don't see where the fire is. This would probably be an unrelated
Branch
fire,
5,
not a
Palisade
spark
Communications.
from the
Go for
existing
branch
fire.
5.
Branch 5, LA City sending truck 37 to the Palisades High School fire.
I copy, and can we ensure that they come up on CDF TAC 2828?
Yeah, this is from truck 37. Can you repeat that radio channel?
Truck 37, it'll be CDF TAC 28. If you don't have it, I have some LA resources there and we'll work it out.
Yeah, copy that. And who am I reporting to?
Division Foxtrot.
Division Zulu, branch 10.
It's zone 36.
Go for Zulu training.
The firefighters are staying in camps.
Zulu
They're
training,
rotating now.
branch 10. Go to communications with that hose order. Copy.
Division Papa, 5800 Alpha.
West of Gilmore Street, West Hills, 3 minutes ago. Is that in this area? I've got West Lake.
Communications, Zulu training. On command.
Zulu Training Communications, go ahead.
I have a hose request.
We want hose.
Zulu Training, go ahead.
Request 5,000 feet of 1.5 inch, 2,500 feet of 1 inch, 25 1-inch nozzles, and 10 gallons of unleaded fuel. Delivered to Topanga Lumber.
Division Zulu Training. Palisade Communications confirming 5,000 feet of 1 inch, 2,500 feet of, 1.5 inch, 2,500 feet of 1 inch, 25 line nozzles, and 10 gallons of unleaded to Topanga Lumber.
And 25 forestry keys. Affirmative.
Topanga Lumber is a hardware store. It's probably got a large parking lot. Let's just
Branch
take a look.
1, operations on.
Looks like it's large enough that they're using it as a staging
Branch
area.
1.
Looking at the map here.
Branch 1 operations. Can you identify, can you work with the other
canyon.
branches? I'm going to say the same message. If you guys can all identify 6 golfs that need to be short shifts so they can come back and be on even day shifts.
I copy 6 golfs from this branch, or you have 6 total from the incident?
6 total from the incident, so need you to work with your partners. I'll let you be the lead on this and see if you guys can figure out what 6 we can short shift to bring them to the next day shift.
So they're trying to move people around so they balance out the
Yeah,
day
I understand
and
the
night
request.
shifts.
I can tell you right now, I can pony up 1 or 2. If you can go to the other branches, we're just going to tie up command if we do this way.
Copy. Branch 10, operations.
Yeah, I copy that. I'll get you an identifier shortly.
Thank you. Branch 7, operations.
I copy. I'll get you one here shortly.
Yeah, copy that. At branch 10 operations, how many do you have to pony up?
I know I can give you 1, possibly 2.
Copy. Thank you. We're looking, hopefully 2. We're looking for 6 total. break, branch 7 operations.
Yeah, I think I can only do one lids, but I'll look and see.
Hey, branch 7 operations, V1.
Yeah, how do you copy?
No, branch 7. I had another subject.
Go ahead.
Just looking, do you have the ability to loan a strike team of Charlie's, or we'll take whatever, maybe if the other fire, new start north of the 101, asks for anything?
I think it's got to be this one right here that we're at. This
It'll hurt, but I mean, the new start's got to be the priority. If they come to us for something, we'll try and squeak something out. I'm just pulling back into Victor, which is kind of my priority area, so let me see what they got going, and let me know. I'll be trying to figure something out for you.
Left channel is the Palisade Fire,
yeah, just
which is what we're showing here, this area.
Yet,
right channel is the Ayden Fire, which is right up here.
There. We sent them aircraft,
so
but
we've divided the audio. I can make it center channel if it's easier, but then it gets hard to tell who's saying what. So I'm tracking two different frequencies at once.
Branch 10, Branch 1, Branch 5, stay in traffic. Just start to identify some resources that we can cover.
41 and 45 crew. You guys can drop your lines. You guys are going to be released here shortly.
10 copies. The operations from truck 37 on B1.
Go for operations.
Yeah, we were unable to make contact with Foxtrot on our TAC. Can you give us an address for our destination? We've been dispatched from our home station into the Palisades fire.
No verdict on our case. We're still in verdict watch.
Foxtrot, operations.
Go ahead for Foxtrot.
Hey, Foxtrot, we have a LA City truck 27 coming into the Palisades area to help you out. What is the address of location they're going to?
It's Palisades Park Recreation Center. Stand by an address.
This is the high school with the roofs burning. They're still trying to get help there. You can imagine most of these are just going to be complete losses. I think it's this one right here.
Address is 851 Alma Real.
That's the same one.
Copy 851 Alma Real break. LA City truck 27. Did you copy that address?
Yeah, that's truck 37. We're en route. 20-minute ETA.
Copy 37. 20-minute ETA.
20 minutes.
Break. Foxtrot, you copy that?
20 minutes to get to a fire.
Copy.
That is crazy. That's right over in here.
Zulu trainee.
Palisades Recreation Center. They said it was 8:51 on the way, right? Let's see. Let me move.
Zulu trainee. Do you have a contact number we can give to supply?
It's been burning for 10, 15 minutes.
I don't have good service, but it's 626-328-5924.
5924. Sorry about that. I try to mute those as best I can. They're government numbers, but I don't like putting them out.
Zulu trainee, Palisades Communications copies. Just confirming, were you requesting any gated Ys?
Negative, only NITs.
Zulu trainee, Palisades Communications copies.
Division Papa, Division Tango.
Here. Just off Mulholland Drive. Got a little landing spot. Ooh, there's a cave. Van Alden Cave. That's pretty cool.
Branch 10, Zulu training.
Operation Branch 1 with identifier for a crew release.
Yeah, copy, go ahead.
It'll be 9241 Golf. We'll go in on a 12.
Creek fire is the new fire.
Yeah, copy that. Do you have a secondary, or is that just one that you feel?
That's an absolute. We're trying on something else, but the crews are actually the kingpin for our plan that we're making right now.
Yeah, copy that. If you could lock things in, then we'll lock in. Tomorrow I'll have to deal with it. Thank you.
Would a single link help with the bartering?
Most likely. I'll get back to you on that, but yeah, they will. It's just trying to write the shift so we have equal amount of crews, even and odd. So we'll see what the other branches come up with, and I'll get back to you.
Branch 1.
These wind forecasts show areas with the peaks around 50 miles per hour. But I think I just lost something. No, my computer just went into night mode. Apparently it's getting dark outside. I had no idea. Creek fire is near Calabasas. It's by Hidden Hills on the 101. Okay, so yeah, the creek fire. What we're looking at is what we thought right over here. Where's my mouse? It's going to be in this area. This is Hidden Hills. Calabasas is right down here. This is north and west of Topanga, which is where they're doing a lot of firefighting. And the fire broke out here, so the plane actually split off, took some helicopters with it. Looks like they're right here, probably refueling and or refilling up and coming back, trying to get some water. But they're going to try to knock that one down. Well, it's small. Because the wind is blowing into these
1151
mountains.
Charlie Leader, Victor Trainee on command. Can you come up on TAC for me?
And if it's in grass, it'll spread very, very quickly. Just below the circle on your map, yeah. That's the Highlands right there. The plane's circling. I'm pretty sure he's probably going around it to see it from different angles. Helicopters have been probably right up in here. But you've got a Upper Las Vegas Canyon open space preserve. It's just grass. It's trees, it's grass, and brush.
90, strike team 9351 Golf will be on a 12. I'm trying to get another one freed up for you.
Copy. Appreciate it.
So this is where the Kardashians live in Hidden
LA,
Hills.
Air Attack 5-2 on V1.
Sweet and salty, a lot of wealthy people have lost their homes. A lot of just regular people have lost their homes as well. And we realize that, me living in North Carolina and seeing the value of my house is much bigger than a lot of the houses that have been burned in California. It just so happens that property is very, very expensive over there. A lot of these people
7, Victor
have
Trainee on
owned those
command.
properties since they were cheap, or much, much cheaper than they are now. And just the property values increased, but that's still just home. That's where they live. It's not that they're, super rich and just, buying up the mansions on the hills. We got some of those as well. But a lot of these are just suburbs. The people that are working
Air Attack 5-2,
the regular blue-collar jobs all throughout Los Angeles are going to be in this area. Twubble, if you see where my mouse is, this is
Operations, Branch
Calabasas.
7, come in.
It is right between the fire up here
Go for
and
operations.
the fire right there. By my
1182
calculation,
Golf
it's
will
less
be
than
the
5
short
miles
shift
away.
today to roll the even days.
That's where it's at, and it's about 5
Copy
miles,
that.
maybe
1182 Golf,
10
thank you.
miles from the Palisades fire on the west front, and then they had this other one start up on the other side of 101, which goes right through Calabasas.
LA, air attack 5-2 on V1.
Still no verdict out of Thurston County.
Branch 7, Victor Trainee on command.
Go for Branch 7.
Yes, sir. I've got a designator for an engine, and just want to know if you want me to launch them.
A negative request hasn't come yet, and I'll give you a call if it does.
Okay, and if need be, I can give up a total of 2.
Here's our new fire. There's the hot spot as seen from space.
And Trainee, let's just plan for one, and I'll ping uniform for a second if we have to.
Okay, copy that. The designator is going to be 485, and I'll keep him in my pocket till it's time.
Palisades Air Attack LAV1.
Calabasas right over here. This is not far from it, just straight west. But the satellites are able to pick it up. It's a light signature, but there's fire in that area. It's not extremely hot.
Operations, uniform Trainee, V1.
A couple still hot spots
operations
in the
identify
fire.
again, please.
Tuna Canyon area.
Division uniform Trainee, intel only. We have a couple Charlies that are identified. It would be 15 minutes to that new incident.
Copy that. Thank you. Division uniform.
Let the computer redraw the heat map here.
Palisades Air Attack LAV1 when able.
LA, Palisades air attack, go ahead.
Palisades Air Attack, we are launching a new FC-106 for the new start. Need a lineup on who you're keeping on your side and who you're sending to the other.
Got Copter 1, Copter 3, Copter 22, Copter 197 Golf Hotel. And I'm not sure which tankers are on scene. Air Attack 140 is running the hidden fire. Air Attack 52 is over the Palisades.
Palisades Air Attack LAMV1.
LA, Palisades air attack, go ahead.
Also, while they're still ordering for the new incident's going to get Air Attack 330, Tanker 78 and 83.
They're really throwing a lot of resources at that new fire.
320, Tanker 78, Tanker 83.
This worked really well with the Sunset Fire yesterday.
330.
They were able to really knock it down quickly.
30, copy.
Let's see if we can get this on a split screen here.
Operations, Palisades Communications.
Communication operations, are you calling me?
Looks like they're doing some aerial imagery again.
Receiving a report of smoke and flames seen in the area of 600 West Rustic Road.
We've heard that address before. Some people are obviously paranoid and about this, and every time they see something.
LA air attack on the V1.
Rustic Road right here by Will Rogers
Palisades air attack V1 go.
Do you have a 106 card for the new start? And can I get the name of the fire and all the frequencies?
Ooh, here we go.
Copy, stand by.
Operations, Branch 1 copies the traffic for West Rustic.
Knew you would, thank you.
Little Deer, who was, if you look on the map, Little Deer is right.
Palisades air attack LAV1.
Sent a picture showing the smoke.
LA Palisades air attack. Do you have the 106 card for the new start?
Affirmative, I do have the new 106 card. Also, incident will be Kenneth incident. Advise when ready to copy.
Kenneth incident?
I'm ready to copy. Go ahead with your traffic.
Air tactics is going to be air tactics 6151.3100. Transmit receive tone 1. Victor 119.9750. Your air to ground for the Kenneth incident. LA City air to ground 154.8300. Receive and transmit tone 9. Ground tactics Ventura TAC 3. 153.9500. Transmit receive tone 7. Command will be LA County V4.
V4 is where they're going to be.
Receive 152.5700. Transmit 157.8300. Tone 14.
Those frequencies are what they're going to program new radios
I copied
with.
Air Tactic 6, Victor 119.975, air to ground, LA County air to ground, LA City air to ground. Give me the command frequencies again.
That was the 115.
Command will be LA County V4.
155.
Receive 152.5700. Transmit 157.8300. Tone 14.
These are VHF radio frequencies. They
confirm it's tone 14 on both sides.
They don't do super well.
Affirm both sides. Tone 14.
Long range.
And what is the name of the new fire?
The Kenneth incident. I also have a rundown of resources when you're ready.
Tennis is in Tennis.
Can you repeat the name one more time, and I'm ready for resources.
Phonetically.
Kenneth, IC.
Copy, Kenna.
Kenneth, also priority traffic. Are we keeping tanker 2 and 122, or are we redirecting them and keeping them on the Kenneth?
All fixed wing are going back to the Palisades, and the rotor wing are staying over here that were ordered.
What's the frequency, Kenneth?
In LA, do you have an air attack on the card? Because I'm almost bingo fuel.
Bingo fuel.
Affirmative, air attack 330, lifted at 1509, arrival on scene 1532. I also have a rundown on your resources.
Go ahead.
Tanker 78, Tanker 83, ETE 1500. You have LA Copter 15, LA County Copter 22. You have Ventura Copter 4, Ventura Copter 5, Ventura Copter 9.
Copy all, thanks.
So I'm going to, because we can, why not bring in another channel? V4 is the new fire.
To the
It's
apartment
center.
complexes on top of Las Virgenes, and start thinking of units to Chesbro area, top of
Air attack
Chesbro.
Camarillo, Hellbase.
I request third alarm.
This fire is growing fast. It's got a name. They're sending a bunch of assets. All helicopters. All helicopters. All the fixed wings, the airplanes, the
LA.
super scoopers, they're going to be
Camarillo,
back on
Hellbase.
Palisades.
Camarillo Hellbase, go with your traffic.
We're being told Helitanker 6-1 is also on that card for the new start. Advise air attack.
Palisades Air Attack LA, V1.
The power is out. A lot of the power has been turned off, so that's because power lines are down.
Valley Battalion 6, can you clear up the whole command channel thing on VNC Command 2? They're announcing that as the command channel. On V4, you're announcing it's V4.
Palisades Air Attack, are you still on station?
LA, engine 120.
Air attack still on, switching over to V4.
Copy. Before you switch over from Camarillo Helitanker Base, you have Tanker 6-1 that's lifted off. Also, do we know if any of the fixed wing did empty a load over to Kenneth?
Over evac, yeah, 5191, 173.
Copy Helitanker 6-1 coming from Camarillo, and the fixed wing empty on load and return. Probably going back to the Palisades unless I bring them over here.
Additional needs are. We're going to be operating on LA County V4. We'll get you attack in a moment.
I like that.
Shark 93, second and next staging, engine 70.
Okay, so the center channel is the new fire.
LA, Ventura County Battalion 26 on V4.
It is right up here. Sort of between Saratoga Hills.
LA from LA County Battalion 26 V4.
And the Calabasa landfill, right next to the landfill, actually.
Also be advised, we have a lot of single-family dwellings off of Mont Calabasas. Battalion 5, Battalion 6 on LAC V4. Up on V4 for Ventura County Battalion 26, please.
Division Zulu, Battalion 15, LAFC, have you taken Division Zulu, going to be operating on LA County V17 direct. Let's put in a progressive hose lay and plummet, and we'll get this cold flank.
Yeah, I see your operations. Battalion 26, priority traffic on V4.
It's the Cal Fire plane right here. Let's see if they're going to make a drop here.
Okay, we need to deconflict the comm plan issue. My understanding is that we should be operating on Ventura County Command 2. We still have resources operating on V4. Can you confirm the appropriate command, and then we need to do a roll call with all resources to move them over to Command 2.
Ventura County? We were on LA County 4.
Battalion 5, Battalion 6 regarding the comm plan. Both dispatch centers are under the impression that we're using Command 2.
That's his preference.
LA, Canyon air attack. How do you copy on V4?
Air attack loud and clear. Go ahead for LA.
Okay, assuming a Kenyan air attack on V4, hold all your traffic. I'm going to drop some fixed-wing tankers and copters.
He's going to give the list of the planes and the helicopters that are assigned to this.
LA copies. On V4, dropping your fixed wing.
Staging from operations. LA County V4.
They said hold traffic, and they're not holding traffic. Hold traffic means don't talk. Nobody else talk right now. Command needs to know what planes they have, what resources they have, so they can put them on the board and track them.
IT from Rescue 84 Staging. I got a couple of tactical task forces for you.
Lot. Wow. Man.
Kenneth, IC water tender 144 is on scene.
IT task force is ready to go.
Too many people right now. Everyone moved over. Everyone's trying to talk. The command structure is not in place yet.
Creek IC engine 5166 Alpha checking in.
This is crazy. They've got to get everyone who was on the Palisades fire, who's moving over, to switch to the new frequency, then check in, just to make sure they arrive and know where they're going. They need to get all the aircraft down so they know who's up in the air and who they have to watch for and how many assets they have.
Deputy Operations 5166 Alpha copy 23.
Go ahead for operations.
Operations from Zulu. My command.
We got the okay from executive to utilize Nevada Clark. Those resources will be heading into Division Mike as previously planned.
Operations from Zulu on V4.
Copy that, and you ready for a phone call? We'll be ready in a couple minutes here.
Stay firm. Cell service has been spotty. You can try, and if you can't give me via phone, you can text.
Minimum of 10 packs.
Hey, Battalion 5, you up on V4?
Relay the message. Copy.
Everyone's stepping on each other. They need a tactical command.
Okay, yeah, well, not sure what's going on with the command channel. Sound like we're working on two, but priority is that we need to get the evacs for Hidden Hills and Agora in place. So not sure if that's been started, but Hidden Hills and Agora. Evacuation warning.
Hidden Hills and Agora, evacuation now. Hidden Hills and Agora, this is for the new fire. This is not something you'd want to put off. Don't think it won't happen to you.
Kenneth, ICLA.
Everyone else who lost a house probably thought the same thing. This is serious.
IT from staging. I have 3 tactical task forces ready to go. Let me know when you're ready.
Brent Bartlett with the City of Sierra Madre Fire Chief. Again, as my peers have already mentioned, thank you goes out to our partners in the efforts to managing and getting this under control. As far as for my community as well, future information can be found on the city's website, Sierra Madre, cityofsierramadre.com. And our next move is going to be looking at recovery and repopulation. After we are getting a better assessment of the damage within our area. So again, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to introduce Congresswoman Judy Chu for our next speaker.
That fire's moving fast.
I'm Congressmember Judy Chu, and I just took a tour of the destroyed areas led by Mayor Victor Gordo, and I could not believe the destruction of Altadena and Pasadena. Mariposa Junction, which had so many thriving small businesses, gone. institutions like the Altadena Library and the Altadena Community Church destroyed and gone. The homes that, so many homes that we saw with so many memories gone. But one thing I have to say is that I have to really appreciate the first responders for making sure that the destruction was not even greater. I also want to say that there is help from Washington, D.C., and President Biden just announced something very, very important, which is our area has already been approved for the fire emergency management grants. It provides reimbursement for 75% of the firefighting costs. He just announced that he will reimburse 100% of the costs over the next 180 days. This is so important. The other thing I want to announce is that FEMA worked overtime to get their website going so that now you can go to disasterassistance.gov, input all your information, and you can see what you are qualified for and can get your place in line for disaster assistance. And then the third thing is that the FEMA administrator, Deanne Criswell, is coming out here from Washington, D.C. She toured the Palisades site, but she will be coming here later today to see what destruction occurred here at Ayden. And this is very important because FEMA has so many resources that individuals, small businesses, but also cities and locations can take advantage of, such as the clearance of roads. So help is on the way, and I know that we will get through this. And now I would like to introduce Mayor Victor Gordo of Pasadena.
Thank you, Congressmember. Let me first just say on behalf of the city of Pasadena and our residents that our thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected in the county of Los Angeles, including our neighbors in the Palisades, and certainly our community of Altadena, which we consider to be very much a part of the city of Pasadena. I'd like to thank all of the first responders with the county of Los Angeles, with the state, and those that are continuing to come to assist us. And it's not just those wearing the badge that are first responders. We have many civilians. We have Red Cross workers, volunteers, who we also consider to be first responders. In Pasadena, our police chief and our executive leadership team is considering a curfew, and we'll have more information as it relates to a curfew. But we certainly will welcome the augmented services and additional assistance of the National Guard. And again, thank you to Sheriff Luna, thank you to the supervisor, chief, all chiefs for the work of your departments individually and collectively. We're asking if you are under a mandatory evacuation order. Those orders have not been lifted. And so we're starting to see people go back into those areas. And our message to you is stay out of those areas until you hear officially that the orders have been lifted. And you will hear that official word from the county and in the city of Pasadena from the city of Pasadena. Thank you very much.
And I also want to thank the following individuals who are here with us today showing their support. State Senator Sasha Renee Perez, Assembly Member John Herabedian, Assembly Member Jessica Caloza.
Okay, this is nice. I don't need a roll call right now. We're going to bring on all three frequencies again. We just got, during the break while they were talking, they did clarify they are going to be using the center channel. So if you hear it in both ears, that's the new fire. If it's just in the left ear, that's Palisades. Just in the right ear is Ayden.
What would you like?
Guys, this isn't the place for politics right here. This is not the proper place. There is that. The place does exist. It's not
Your
not
traffic
here.
was broken, staging. Repeat your task forces for me.
Operation Palisades Communications.
Palisades air attack for LA on V4.
Battalion 13, engine 142 on
V4 with engine 88 as lead, engine 83
Operation.
and engine 70
New report,
ready to
structure
go.
fire.
I just need a
604 North Almar Avenue.
5166 at the end of victory.
Spell that word, please.
We also have LA County Water Tender 144 in station, LA County Squad 68, and Rush Patrol 109 in station.
Operation
North.
604 North Almar, ALMAR
Forces
Avenue.
to the end of Ventura.
B604 North Alma.
Palisades air attack
Correction,
for
2 task
LA.
forces to the end of victory.
Copy, 2 task forces to the end of Ventura.
Correction, send me 2 task forces to the end of victory.
The 604 North
Copy, 2
Alomar
passes
is
for the
right
end of
here.
victory. What tack are they on?
That same area, just inland from the Will Rogers State Beach.
Stand by.
Structure fire. Not far from the Palisades Recreation Center that's still burning.
Air attack, LAV3 unable.
Operation from the Brent 10 air attack on command.
Branch 1, calling Kenyan air attack on a B4.
Sir, did you have traffic for air attack?
LA County V17.
The negative, Branch 1's trying to get a hold of you.
Copy, thanks. Branch 1 air attack on command. Operations from Hidden Hill Structure Defense.
Yeah, air attack, want to have a conversation here on the air to ground command.
Switch to air to ground.
LA County Dispatch, Eden air attack on V3.
Eden Air Attack V3, LA County Fire Dispatch. Just information only. You are getting the CAL FIRE Hawks.
CAL FIRE Hawks
608
coming into
and
Eaton
606.
Fire.
Both will be doing a fuel stop at Burbank. On station should be 1622.
Confirm you guys are putting Class A foam on, yes?
Branch 5, operations on V1.
22. Jesse, up on 1622.
Correction, 608, 606. Should be on station with by
LA, can you
1622.
confirm the new staging location for the new start on the 101 Love Virgin?
Copy.
Branch
Checking
5,
for a
operations.
new staging location
B1.
near the 101.
They're still getting a
Go for
staging
Branch
location for that new fire, for the trucks and stuff
Copy
that
that
are en route.
last address of 604 North
Battalion
Almar,
5LA.
ALMAR structure.
That smooth, crystal clear woman's voice you hear is one of our communicators, our main communicators for the new fire. So when you hear her, she's talking about this area right up here on the top of the screen.
Task Force 23, engine 173.
Our helicopters are trying to put out this grass fire that's spreading quickly. The wind is blowing from east to west in this area, and it's growing rapidly. Hidden Hills area, Akora Hills,
173, we're engaged.
all been evacuated.
Protection at the Shady Lane. We're finished with that. What would you like now?
Division Papa, did you have
Yeah, if you
traffic
can
for
make your way up
Palisades
Thousand Oaks Boulevard
Affirmative,
in the
update on
Mountain
animal
View
control needs.
area, Mountain View and Thousand Oaks Boulevard, we can find you an assignment. I got to get everyone on a TAC channel. The VNC TAC is not working well. I think
Ready
we're
to
going to
copy.
gravitate to V17.
Division Papa, affirmative. Ready, copy.
Copy that. I'm trying to issue on TAC. Call. Move to V7.
2569.
I see from LA City BC 729. You copy on V4?
Goats, 2 hogs. One of the hogs is severely burned.
Oh, man. One of the hogs
Additionally,
severely
the
burned.
animals are not secured.
Battalion 5LA.
Still no verdicts.
Battalion 6LA.
143 on V6. We need to go right at that last light.
Hey, off from BC 729 on 4.
You want me to head this up? I'm familiar with the area.
This new fire is
Division Papa.
terrible. It's growing really
Palisades
fast.
Communications confirming Owner, phone number 310.
We're not going to play the owner's phone number for those animals.
Sheep, 30 goats, 2 hogs, one of the hogs severely burned.
Operations from staging on B4.
New fires just over the 101.
Division Papa, Palisades Communications, copies.
So we've got
5124, 5124. Division Papa, 5800 Alpha on command.
V17. I don't think I have that one.
From operations, we couldn't reach you on tag.
2 additional
5800 Alpha resources are at Carbon Canyon.
Report to Zulu.
Can we meet
LA
you up
County
somewhere?
V17 direct.
Yeah, I texted you. I'm at 210.
Copy, I got LA County V17 direct. I'm sending you Task Force 3.
Air operations, air attack on command, go.
That's Eaton. You're hearing in the right,
I'm also
in the right ear.
1030, which is going to be engine 220, 266.
REMS 11 from REMS 224 on command.
Operations LA.
Air operations, air attack on.
Is that traffic for REMS 11?
This is the Kenneth fire.
Hey, from REMS 11.
Already burning right next to houses.
You guys' location where the 24-hour REMS for this operational period. Can we face to face?
Okay, I'm making it to the end of Long Valley and Hidden Hills. I'll let you know on a report what we need.
We're
what's
near
the
the
comp
Dozer
plan back
line
here?
up Topanga Canyon at the state park. Compound back there is going to continue on LA County V4.
Command.
We'll get you attack down momentarily.
V3.
Operations LA.
Operations from staging. Did you copy on my last transmission?
Air attack operations. Something I can help you with?
That guy's voice sounds awesome.
Operations LA.
Can't get a hold of him.
Yeah, operations has been hard to reach all the time.
Operations, you have 2 male hikers stuck on a trail off of Victory and Gilmore. They are approximately 1,800 feet west of the parking lot at the end of Victory. They are unable to get out due to the fire.
In-air operations, communication on branch 7.
These are hikers that would be hiking before the fire started, so nothing careless about that.
Victory, Gilmore, drop 1,500 feet.
I'm going to need the utility company to the intersection of Shireen Road and Tabard Road.
Go for operations.
T-A-B-A-R-D. Have a power lines across the road. It's not passable.
That's a good copy.
Operations
from Crew 12, are there any medical needs for the 2 hikers?
Power lines across the roadway, Shireen Road and Tabard Road.
It's a lot of smoke from that fire.
That's affirmative. If they could expedite, that's a travel path between the 2 divisions up here. Thank you.
SkyCal Chopper giving us the map view to show where that new fire is.
Ventura County, Medic Engine 142, V4.
Basically, if you live where the smoke is right now,
REMS
especially
11
close to the
from
fire,
REMS
you should be
224.
evacuated. That's the direction the fire is running. Beach Lady, thank you very much for the super chat.
I have LA 10 in staging, looking for your location.
Camarillo, Hella Bay.
Operations, Palisades, Doja Copy.
Come in.
Some nice
Go
homes
for
in there.
Camarillo, Hella Base. Water coming.
Camarillo, Hella Base. Palisades, Helco. Command.
Palisades, Helco, go ahead for Camarillo, Hella Base.
Okay, unable to reach you on air-to-ground command. Place order for a CAL FIRE Type 1 helicopter. It'd be working in
Every time they
Division
say
Yankee
unable to reach you,
out of the
I just get
Encino
frustrated.
Dip, utilize Valley Route 3000.
Leandra,
1031.
any mention of Brentwood County Market area?
Camarillo,
Let
Hella
me
Base
look.
copies the order for a CAL FIRE Type 1 for Division Yankee and Encino Dip with the Valley Route 3000.
I haven't heard the word Brentwood County Market. I'll pull it up on the screen to see.
Camarillo Hell Base additionally place order for relief Helco over the incident. We'll go with 1700, 1700.
Camarillo Hell Base copies relief Helco at 1700.
Helco on command.
Leander, let me pull this up and show you where that is in comparison to the rest of the fire. That's right here. Brentwood County Market. We'll go full screen on this one. Zooming out from here, this is, oh man. This is an area that's very close to the burned areas. It might be just outside to the east side. Let me just see if we can look at the old burn mark.
Go for operation.
Try to get a reference here.
Operations, new report, structure fire 1506, Paseo del Oro.
5124 from Battalion 23. Can you come up on B17 red?
I think you're just outside of the burned area. You've got the Brentwood Country Club, which I think is
Copy,
not far from it.
1506, Paseo de Oro, new structure fire.
But that area is within a mile of the burn zone.
Kitten Hills Structure Defense Group on B4. Do you copy?
Operations, thank you.
Loud and clear.
LA, Kenneth air attack on B4.
Kenneth air attack, go ahead.
Okay, show air attack 140, just transition. I'm outbound to Camarillo, bingo fuel. Air attack 330 is on station. He is now Kenneth air attack and has all the frequencies.
LA copies air attack 330, now Kenneth air attack.
Fun fact, Mrs. R.A. has run net control for events as well on the radio. She's really good at it. Let's keep an eye on this fire here, this new one that started in this area. We've got mostly helicopters. That plane is booking. Where are you going? Where are you going? That guy's hauling. Mostly helicopters fighting this one. It looks like they have a staging area or possibly a water fill spot.
Operations Battalion 701.
Over here. It's right on the edge of the houses between this nature preserve and this very, very wealthy neighborhood. Yes, we know that this is not far from where the Kardashians live. I think the Kardashians are down here. But it's very wealthy. The fire started here in the grasslands. It's burning right next to the houses and burning sort of in a southwest direction as though Santa Ana winds are pushing it as well. They've pushed a lot of resources there. Ground crews are going to be arriving soon. Obviously, they have to travel all the way through or around the fire areas where they're currently assigned. And that just means we're splitting the existing resources because there's no fire trucks just waiting for something to do. The fire trucks are pretty much all assigned to something, and so they just divide where they can. And if they have a couple they can spare, they've been doing that. Eaton Fire has picked up a little bit of heat just in the last little bit.
Yeah, Tony, so got Drew here, and I just want to know how I can help. I'm at Lost Hills Dump, and you want to keep ops, and who's IC?
1032, just hold here. 1032, hold.
Okay, here we go. The red is the orange. These are hot spots. The Eaton Fire. We've got the Wilson Peak area. It's been burning quite a bit around there. They had the highest winds. The Eaton Fire. It's been the highest winds around this area with probably 50, 60 mile-an-hour wind peaks in that area. Palisades. Most of the fire is up in the hills and affecting this
1032, come on up. 1032.
think it's Topanga. I can't remember the name.
Kenneth, I see Elko. You up on command, V4.
Some of the populated area that is just smoldering, there's still hot spots in buildings that hadn't burned before, are catching fire, or buildings that were on fire before are reigniting
12
in this area as well. But that's going to be dying down. There's not much left to burn in that area. There's very little fuel, and that's one of the three things you need to have fire. You need fire, you need heat, you need fuel, and you need oxygen. And they're definitely running out of fuel in the Palisades area. Still just one little register mark from the satellites from NASA for the new fire, the Kenneth incident. I really want to know why they're calling it the Kenneth incident. And who is Kenneth? Because he's not going to be very popular after this. Wilson Towers, they defended successfully, Angelique. The fire did push right up to the Wilson Tower farm.
Engine 203, follow me.
Hey, Branch 7, operation.
If you look over at the Eaton fire,
Operations, Branch 7, go ahead. Need 107 to hold. 106. Your location?
that tower farm is
106
right
and
up
107
here.
hold. I'm just looking for work.
Up near Shireen up on top, but I'm going to have to drop down to Mulholland to get over to Malibu Canyon.
This new fire, look at these homes. They are massive. They are mansions, and it's burning right up to the tennis
203, I'm going to
pickleball
put
court
you on
in
that
this
last
case.
house. Go and survey the back.
203. Yeah, come on over. Are you aware of what you got going on over there?
Are you talking the new start?
Negative, I'm talking the fire running up towards the ridge on your branch.
And Topanga?
Topanga, that's the area. Topanga's had the fire pushing into.
By Montanito.
Yeah, and I'm heading that direction right now, and that's that pocket that we were looking at that we knew was going to get hot in there. That was a piece we were talking about, the burning out.
Operations proceeding. Upside 701. Priority.
You're going to be there for 10 or 15 minutes, Landon. I'll make my way to you. Like I said, Shireen's closed off, so you won't be able to make it over to Topanga.
I want you to set up right there.
You'll have to cut across Mulholland, and that's I'm dropping down to Mulholland, so drive time from there.
So far, Virginia, there is still unburned stuff around the towers, so it is a watch area, and it could flare up again. It's also got really high winds in that area.
You'll come up behind
you can
us.
see just from this picture, there's some pretty high winds there as well.
On Malibu.
Big flare-ups. These houses are all at risk.
Yep, and I just got the two agency Limas in there that we had a plan for. Yep, I'll stay with you guys here shortly.
599's on scene. What we do? 107, you're going to come with me. Stand by.
REMS 11 from REMS 224. Command.
Kenneth, ICLA.
Operations proceeding.
Branch 5, Division Juliet on command.
Go ahead.
LA, go for Kenneth IC.
Go ahead for Branch 5.
Kenneth, I see your two additional channels are going to be V-Fire 25 and V-Fire 26.
Branch 5, we've got a drone sighting in our division at the intersection of Wyncla, W-Y-N-C-L-A, and Asilomar, A-S-I-L-O-M-A-R.
Branch 5 copies. Break operation. Copy right called V4. Negative.
LA Hellsinker 55 is available. Are we up for that?
Juliet, go direct with operations.
Operations, Division Juliet on command.
Copy, stand by.
Go ahead for operations.
We have a drone present in Division Juliet. It's at the intersection of Wyncla, W-Y-N-C-L-A, and Asilomar, A-S-I-L-O-M-A-R.
Yeah, operations, copy.
Battalion 7013.
Yeah, correct. Air operations. Operations, you copy that?
Y-W-Y-N-O-L-A, Wynola. And the UAS operator may be at the end of Asilomar, at the dead end of Asilomar.
Easy, thanks for that text.
Operations, go ahead.
Operations, copies.
Operations,
there, operations. Can you repeat the location?
Where would you like it? All right, copy. Stand by just one.
Division Juliet.
Wynola.
Operations squad
At Wynola and Asilomar, and the operator potentially is at the dead end on Asilomar.
Stand by for a message from operations.
Okay, we're going to listen to this.
All
I'll
resources
mute everything
assigned
else.
to the victory incident. Stand by for a message from operations.
Are you there with the deputy officer they can notify law enforcement?
Ventura County Battalion 13 is going to assume incident command and unified with LA County. Ventura County Battalion 26 is assuming operations. We're going to configure this in a branch management configuration. We're going to initiate 2 branches. Identifying branch 1 is going to be everything on the north side of Highway 101 that is east of Las Virgenes. So everything east of Las Virgenes and north of Highway 101 is going to be branch 1. Is going to be branch 1. That'll be identified as Ventura County Battalion 19.
Dumping water right next to these houses.
Resources coming into the incident report directly to branch 1. You'll be operating on V17 direct. How do you copy, staging?
Look at that chopper.
Branch 1 north of 101, east of Las Virgenes, operating on V17.
That's affirmative. The intent is structure protection and rescue. So all resources operating in and around Branch 1 will be engaged in structure protection and life rescue. Branch 1 will establish a structure protection group as he sees fit.
The thick smoke, you can't see it. The fire is burning just literally right up to these houses
I'm going to be sending you Task Force 1036, which is going to be LA County, engine 143 is lead. I got engine 149, 156, and patrol 150 in Task Force 1036. Break, I have Task Force 1037 with engine 123 as lead, engine 111, patrol 123, engine 128, and engine 107 as Task Force 1037. They will be sent to Branch 1.
I copy break Branch 1. Operations, you copy that traffic.
Here he goes. So much smoke.
Branch 1 operations on V4. How do you copy?
There's the water drop.
Battalion 44 operations, command.
Go for Branch 1.
Looks
okay,
like
Branch 1, you copy that. You're going to be establishing everything east of Las Virgenes, north of Highway 101. Staging is sending resources your direction right now. I need you to identify a reporting location for those resources. You'll be operating on V17 direct.
Copy. Confirming V17 direct for my tech channel.
I'm going to bring on the other
That's
channels.
affirmative. All resources operating in Branch 1 will be operating on V17 direct. The priority is structure protection and rescue. Resources coming into your branch should be given intent and go to work.
Excellent copy.
Operations Air Attack.
LA County Battalion 44 Stump, are you up on the command channel?
Copy that. Traffic from Division Uniform Trainee. That's the area of Montanino.
Yeah, go for 44.
Fire's taking a pretty good
I'm
run
going to assign you as branch 3. You're going to have everything on the south side of the 101. And
see if we can get some aircraft over there.
East of Las Virgenes, you'll be operating as branch 3 and stand by for attack channel.
Area. I can see all the smoke coming up from that run it's making.
Yeah, copy that.
In the meantime, I need you to identify a reporting location for your incoming resources.
Looks like there's more heat also showing on the Hearst fire. Not a lot. The Hearst fire was right up here in this area. We're now getting some orange.
Branch 1, Battalion 23, can you meet me on B-17?
So it is not entirely out either.
Hey, the additional request is that we've got LA County Copter 19 on scene and working. They would need a formal request through the incident.
Yeah, I see you go for operations.
Do that.
Copy, so they have not been ordered to the incident?
Not officially.
That's a negative. They were they saw the activity from the new start that's just north of our incident, and then came over with a couple drops of water.
Look at this Hidden Hills area.
Okay,
a lot of activity.
And just so you are aware, Ventura County Battalion 19's got branch 1. That's everything north of the 101. LA County Battalion 44 is going to be working on branch 3 that's south of the 101.
Kenneth confirmed we're going to divert
east of
them
Las
from
Virgenes.
Kenneth
Can you give me a TAC channel for branch 3, please?
So now they're diverting people from Kenneth back to Palisades. There's not enough resources. They're literally fighting over.
Repeat, you're broken.
Uniform Trainee from Copter 19. We're assigned to the Palisades. We'll work with you until you're out of clear.
Operation branch 3.
And I see operations.
Still a lot of activity with these fire.
Can you give me a list of my available
helicopters around Topanga? This new fire, they're putting everything they can on this one because of the risk. It basically, the fire started at the worst possible location.
44 operations.
Reported structure fire.
Sorry.
604 Alvar.
Okay, does that make sense to you, Paul? You'll have TAC 13, you'll have everything south of the 101 as it crosses.
I'm really good at showing the back of my head.
Yeah,
604 Alvar. We had a recent request also for 604 Alvar. Are those two different words?
Report to the 101 and Las Virgenes there, 125, and we'll go to work.
Las Virgenes on the 101.
Break. All resources that are parked right now on Victory Boulevard, all the LA City resources parked on Victory Boulevard, I need you to get on the freeway, head northbound, exit Las Virgenes, and report directly to Branch 1. Correction, Branch 3. You're going to be operating on VTAC 13. He'll capture accountability of you when you're on scene there.
Hey, Branch 1 from BC 729.
Palisades communication from Division.
Division Lima.
Deputy 9.
Go ahead.
Deputy 9.
Branch 1 from BC 729 on command.
With a logistics request.
BC 729, go for operations.
I was established earlier as a Hidden Hills structured defense group. I'm in Hidden Hills. Are we working off of the command and B-17 direct still?
That's affirmative. We'll keep you intact. As Hidden Hills Structure Group, you'll be reporting directly to Branch 1 on the assigned TAC frequency, V17 direct.
I copy that. And currently I have 1032 only assigned to me right now and some law enforcement for evac.
Okay, can you give me an update on your current situation? Are you being impacted right now?
Palisades Communications copies.
No impact. We're surveying still. I have 2 engines standing by and reconning the remainder.
Thank you.
Look at how lateral that smoke is.
Break staging operations.
It's blowing right across the ground. A lot of winds driving that.
I'd like to take the resources that are staged on Victory Boulevard and start moving them over to the area of Las Virgenes. Have a reporting location of
with
Las
communications,
Virgenes,
see if you get some law enforcement over there. as well, but go ahead and give me that location where it's at.
283 Trino, San Francisco, engine 43 is in that area working too. I'm still at Sunset awaiting the arrival of the first request for law enforcement.
Operation. Copy that. I know the communications reply. Break. Palisade Communications operations on V1.
Force 1038 under the command of LA City Battalion 2, which is going to be engine 93.
Communications operations. We did have an earlier request for law enforcement at 283 Trino. For a drone operator, can you please confirm that we have law enforcement around, please?
That Trino address
Have them report to Las Virgenes
is right here.
and
They're flying drones in that area,
and have them start engaging in fire.
and they've been doing it for a while now.
Appreciate it.
If you guys see any if you guys see any footage, live footage or up to the minute footage from drones on social media, please let the people know that it's impacting the fire. They might not know. They might be complete idiots and not be aware that they're first of all, it's illegal to fly a drone in an area that has a temporary flight restriction. They might not know that it's literally causing aircraft to be grounded because of safety concerns. So take a look. Take a look if you guys see any media that's posting images of and saying it's drone footage. Obviously, helicopters are allowed to fly, but drone footage. Spread the word that is not okay.
You can disregard the 604 Albar, ALBAR. That'll be an incorrect location.
Man, this new fire started right on the edge of houses. There's no space there. I mean, less than a tennis court width away from the houses is where we're seeing people.
Palisades Communications, Division Mike.
The flames are whipping through there. If they jump the tennis court, if they go into trees, it gets very, very difficult to fight.
Law enforcement to my location at West Sunset Boulevard. And
I see operations.
Karen, what was the address posted?
Ventura Branch operations.
Operations, go ahead.
Okay, Guillermo, I'm going to convert you. You're no longer going to be called Ventura Branch. You're going to be called Branch 9. You'll have everything west of Las Virgenes on the north side of the 101. You'll be Branch 9, north side of
from the Palisades back to San Bernardino, then ETA
101, west of Las Virgenes, and you'll be operating on VNC Tax 3.
Back to San Bernardino, ETA 1605.
Good copy.
Okay, operations, Branch 3, command.
Branch 3, go for operations.
Still no verdicts.
Yeah, hey, Tony, I'm going to change my reporting location from the 101
And Little Deer,
to Las Virgenes
please heed that warning.
Parkway Calabasas and Park Sorrento. I'll voice it, but that'll give me a little bit east. Parkway Calabasas, and Park Sorrento for all the Branch 3 resources.
I copy Parkway Calabasas and Park Sorrento. And can you give me an update of what you got going on right now, Paul, and what your resource needs are going to be?
Yeah, give me 5 from there. I'm coming from the top of Liberty, but I'll get that to you ASAP.
I copy.
Please, everyone who's in the area, please be safe. We would love for you to join us another day. As hard as it is to say this, you're worth more than your home.
All LA County resources
it's hard to
report
to walk
Parkway,
away, but
Calabasas,
please keep your own safety in mind.
Los Sorrento. Parkway, Calabasas, Los Sorrento for all LA County resources.
From Medic Engine 134.
Yeah, 134, go for operations.
Myself, Engine 132 and Patrol 33 are all working together up in, I believe it's Elisa Canyon. What branch are we looking for and what's the comm channel?
Okay, are you at the end of Las Virgenes right now?
Division Yankee, Palisades Communications.
134, you at the end of Las Virgenes?
Ventura County, Battalion 19, Task Force 143.
Division Yankee, can I get
Task
a
Force
contact number
143, go
for you?
for
Also,
branch
can
1.
you confirm drop point 69, will that be in LA County?
Affirm, that's Fire Station 69 in Topanga Canyon. Contact number
BNC, Battalion 19,
923
Task Force 1036.
0067. Go ahead for Battalion 19.
At 1036, he's copying you. Go ahead with your traffic.
Division Yankee, Palisades Communications copies.
Yankee copy, second.
I see, go ahead.
This is looking towards the east from the other side of the fire. You can see the grass, the reserve, wilderness
There's
reserve
a hole
is
for comms on Las Virgenes. Can you
open.
repeat? You were broken.
So far, it doesn't look like it's
Rem
affected any
224
homes directly, but it's
from
burned
Rem
right up to them.
Command. Task Force, you were trying to contact Battalion 19.
We're off the dozer line back on Topanga Canyon Boulevard and Entrada. Just checking your location.
We are 1 hour away from our podcast tonight.
We're coming up Topanga Canyon right now. We'll turn right on Entrada.
I see operations. How do you copy me?
What you're seeing right there, the fire burns
Hey,
this
you're
sort
really
of terrain
scratchy.
so
Can you repeat?
fast. It's just dry. It's grass. It's very light fuel. There's not any trees, which will keep the fire usually lower to the ground, but it burns like paper.
11, command.
Play engine 599.
Go ahead for LA.
I see operations. How do you copy me?
And I show it.
Last unit with traffic for LA, you're coming in low volume.
On Las Virgenes in the 101 direct fire.
Heli Tanker 55, go ahead with your traffic.
Heli Tanker 55, off Van Nuys with the Kenneth.
You see that water drop hit that fire?
Heli Tanker
put out
55,
that
LA copies off of Van Nuys. Can you repeat your timer?
And 55, we're in contact with the air tech on the Kenneth fire already at this time.
Right.
Ross, we're going to get back to you in a second. If you can hear
copy.
us, we didn't hear your microphone, so we'll get back to you in just a second. Continuing to watch here, the Kenneth fire burning. Mike, are those power lines? Do you see those right there in the middle of the shot?
Yeah, those are those high tension power.
High voltage power lines. This fire, believe it or not, it's actually good. You do see flames. You see flames, and that's a problem. But the flames are all in grassland area. We're not seeing buildings, structures burning at this point. The fire's moving very quickly. Sometimes it can move so quickly that even trees in the area do not catch on fire, where you basically just have a ground fire that moves very fast and runs through there. And the larger trees, the bark is barely even singed.
Audio worked out right now. We wanted to show you this is the center of the City of Los Angeles operations right now, and most importantly, right there on the center monitor as they look at the West Hills fire is the level 1 activation. That means everyone here now is working 24/7. The most important desk here of all city agencies, of course, is the fire EMS dead center right in front of that big screen. There is going to be a press conference with the mayor. We understand right now that she is being briefed by the FEMA administrator and all agencies within the city to determine exactly what is going on and whether the response is exactly what she wants. The press conference is going to happen here. Senator Adam Schiff will be in there with her, with our local congressmen and women and all the heads of our agencies. Chief Crowley, for example.
Just making sure
go ahead.
plan's still viable and resources are in good location.
Release air attack no later than 1625. We just came from two different
making
fires.
sure you're aware of that.
Yeah, I had eyes
You
on
can
it
confirm
earlier.
that we could get relief. I'd like to request some tankers over here.
Now they want tankers. They want fixed wing. They've only had
LA
helicopters to this
copies,
point.
request for relief no later than 1625, and request for tankers.
LA County Cal Fire. Can you just validate with South Ops if I'm going to have relief?
Helco on incident command.
LA copies.
Loco, go ahead for Camarillo Hellbase.
Helicopter
Branch 1
V3, go ahead.
from Hidden Hill Structure Defense Group, do you copy on 4?
606 is entering the county. Like a flight follow with you. We'll need to hit Burbank for fuel, and then we'll be en route to the Eaton incident.
Okay, let's start the 2 additional CAL FIRE Hawks.
606 LA copy. It's 608. Take off looking.
Mission 1, are you up on command? 1038.
The water drop mission.
Negative on 608. 606 was single unit.
LA engine 599.
LA copies. I've got you on flight following.
599.
Fuel at Burbank.
LA engine 599. Can you show us attached to the incident on Las Virgenes and the 101?
Bookworm, the Eaton fire made a run on the Wilson Peak earlier today, which was successfully defended. They're watching it now. I
Operations
think
on
it's
command from
pretty
Hidden Hill
much.
Structure Defense Group.
It's not out, but it's a lower priority right now, except for those antennas.
Kenneth, I see. Go ahead.
I see some retardant drops. The red retardant has been dropped in this one.
Be advised, we're moving the command post to Cavalry Church.
Cavalry Church,
Lindero, and the 101 freeway. We're heading there now. We'll run operations. We are going to be in unified command with Ventura Fire Department. Also, LA City will be an assisting agent.
Division.
Karen, let me look at that address really quickly.
Operations V1.
LA copies.
Operations go for action.
Kenneth, I see. We have a report at 26018 Alusia Canyon Drive. They need help evacuating with a disabled patient.
LA Canis, I see. Also, we need a TFR release from the
operation.
Division Delta 1602 Charlie on command.
Hey, close to the white truck in front of you.
LA, we need a TFR release from the Palisades incident because we're not allowed to drop from lower the 101. Work that out with Palisades IC, please.
Copy.
Okay, Karen, give me just a second to find this.
BNC engine 132 on command.
132, go for operations.
That house is very close to the fire.
About Tony, we're at 26001 Elysia Canyon. Was there intel about a possible person inside? Need help out?
The house is very close. It's just west of the landfill,
Copy, you're at
over the hill.
26001 Lakeview Canyon Break. LA, can you advise that address of persons trapped, please?
Division Alpha, Palisades Communications.
Unit calling
Division Alpha, staging operations.
Brent Street, 1602 Charlie.
Staging over operations.
Are you still up in the whole scenario?
There's going to be a delay.
No, that's a negative. I'm over in Division Golf.
Okay, so
Branch 1 from
takes come or
Strike Team 1038.
the fire is over here, where these tankers are operating, Karen, and the house address you gave me is right over
you
here.
have LA City Strike Team 1038
in this area.
location of Las Virgenes and Moreau. Las Virgenes and Moreau. Just confirming we're going to be on 17
Division
direct.
Alpha, at this time we do not have an ETA.
So, Fernando, once they get here, they can help me on
Division Alpha.
D17 direct.
Staging operations. Have 2 rescues report to the command post.
East attack LA on V3 when able.
Branch 1, VNC, medic engine 134.
Kenneth, I see.
There we go. Now you're not trying to match up his voice with this.
That corrected location for the family that needs help evacuating 25170 Jim Bridger Road.
Repeat the numbers again.
25170.
Operations from staging, copy. 2 rescues to the command. What is the location of the command?
Staging from operations. It'll be at the end of Victory Trailhead.
Yeah, Branch 1, operations. V1.
Hey, operations, Branch 3, command.
3, go ahead.
And Branch 3, go ahead.
See that helicopter filling from that tank?
Yeah, Yeah, what's your location?
Portable tank.
Try to do a face-to-face.
Yeah, that 92.
Yeah, I understand. I'm north of Moreau, Thousand Oaks Boulevard area, trying to get eyes on the fire.
Or is it CDCR?
Okay, I copy, and just for your information, I went back to that original...
9241, it's a CDCR out of Trinity.
Staging locations, Las Virgenes 101.
Okay, I copy. Work with Branch 1 and try and shore up your branch break as you guys start to build some situational awareness. And you know, if you feel like it's appropriate to adjust them, I'll let you guys deconflict that. Does that make sense?
About 1,500 gallons to 2,000 gallons, depending on the helicopter.
What I want to do is just make sure
That helicopter is refilling with water.
Officer from we need to 5 go. Some roles and responsibilities here. Can you come up on the command for me?
We've got ground crews now showing up on the scene. They're getting there now.
Waiting for lodging. Line 705 start, so we shouldn't impact anything on the line as of yet for operations. And we're trying to dig up some dozers. So we'll let you know.
Ops from 705 go.
It's too far away, first of all.
I think I your current location. I'm going to check with the crew.
Not at this time. We're heading that way now. I just met with the task force. I have Task Force 1039. We've figured out the location we want to go to try to give you guys the best eyes and give you an impact time to the city if there will be one at all. Give me about 15 minutes to get located and get that information back to you.
Take a look at where our air assets are in the sky right now. This is the new fire right here. We see the helicopters that are dipping down right here. This is their fill point. We were just watching.
Across the north end of Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
Oh no!
It's moving into the community of Elysia Canyon Drive and Adamore Road, moving towards the south.
Are you down near the 25575 Malibu Canyon Ranch? Or are you up top off Piuma?
Eaton operations on.
Copy that. Left traffic confirming south, moving southwest.
Turnout on my way down there.
Okay, I'll meet you there.
Yeah, that's affirmative. You got resources engaged right now, but you're probably going to need more as it skirts across the back of these homes at the end of Thousand Oaks and Parkmore.
We'll keep eyes on you. We'll do our best. We're getting bopped around pretty good. We're going to have to depart here around 1700 to make it back to 4.
Branch 1, Branch 9.
Okay.
Branch 9, go ahead. Yeah, that Gulf that we were going to send in, 9351, what to make resources, CDCR.
I've got 3 engines, a couple water tenders, and a Gulf Stream.
This Malibu Canyon area, I would be concerned about.
My way, the engines and the water tenders. I'm get off on Virgin and go north, and they'll fan with me here. Or maybe we're past 135. Repeat.
We'll see if they make it.
Okay, I'm going to send you the Gulf Strike team too. You go with that? We'll make the adjustments to balance. Yeah, I copy that. Cruiser 311's up there. I could have them say one time. I copy.
They are throwing a lot of assets at this Kenneth fire, considering how small it is. I mean, it's growing fast, but if they can get it before it gets into the homes, it will be so much easier to fight.
We'll be down in about,
the new one is growing fast.
Engine 140, engine 42, engine 45, water tender 12, and water tender 40, and then 93, 46 Gulf.
It's burning in the direction towards Hidden Hills and Malibu Canyon. These are very wealthy areas.
93, 46 Gulf. 7 operations.
Kenneth, air attack, LA.
Go ahead. Keep 1182.
LA, Kenneth, air attack on command. Go ahead, ma'am.
Kenneth, air attack, can you confirm the time you need release and what kind of tankers were you requesting and how many?
Need relief at 1625. We're going to be out of fuel. We'll have to go to Van Nuys.
Deputy operations.
The tanker request.
Going to Van Nuys because they don't have fuel to go to their regular airport.
Camarillo Hill base.
LA copies.
Elko on command.
6 tankers. Can you repeat the type?
Go ahead for Camarillo Hill base.
Any type tankers.
Okay, LA copies. 6 tankers, any type. Release time 1625.
But the 2 additional. LA site is going to be Pepperdine. They'll be working here. Sure, all tankers down. No, there's no air attack here.
Let's take a look at the heat map, see if the satellites are picking this up yet.
With Copter 19. Additionally, Copter 613
LA
is on
Kenneth,
a
I
delay.
Kenneth, I see. Go ahead.
Let's also move our staging location to Fire Station 125.
Copy. Staging location, Fire Station 125.
Just for reference here, if we zoom out,
LA County
for those who are not in that area.
Operations on the command.
We're in Southern California, which is on the west coast of the United States. I'm zooming way out. We're on Earth, first of all. But Southern California, this west coast, the furthest west state of the contiguous United States. Zooming in here in the Los Angeles County, there are 3 major fires. The one over here in the top right, sort of blurry there with the orange blob, that's going to be the Ayden fire.
From Branch
that's affecting
9 staging
or threatening communications.
Branch 9 staging, go for operation.
The Palisades fire, this is down by Malibu, down by the beach. It's devastated, that area. Up here we have the Hearst fire, which is much smaller, but still active.
Crew 12, they're at the heel of the fire. They can access at the end of Victory Boulevard.
And now across the hill, over the hills, over the 101, we have this Kenneth fire, which is small. It's in the grass right now, but it's spreading fast and being pushed by the wind.
Trailhead, tying in with Crew 12, Jimmy.
Yeah, and you said that was a Gulf Strike team, correct?
Affirm.
Okay.
Operation Strike Team 9340 Charlie on 34.
Let's let this update a little bit and see what we've got. Some of these other smaller fires were caused by spot fires, and they're just the remnants, the historical view in the last 24 hours. The fires are actually out.
34. Resource calling operations, go ahead.
They're coming in broken. You can copy me. Just wanted to. I updated on WhatsApp. Just looking to make sure that we are in. Form up as a task force.
Yeah, you're coming in broken, but understand that you guys are in place. You're looking to form up as a task force. Is that accurate?
Yeah, I affirm. Just looking what branch we're in and what the comms are that got missed.
Okay, you guys are going to be Battalion 19, and you're getting on V17 direct.
The Ayden fire is struggling. Look at that. They've dropped retardant on houses.
LA County or our Battalion 90 Division Delta?
These are $20 million houses that they've just dropped fire retardant. Gooey, sticky fire retardant. It ruins your clothes if it touches it. That is going to be a mess. But look how close the fire is. Wow.
All units on the Kenneth fire, let's take a tactical pause here, okay? LA County Assistant 7. We have one IC. That's going to be IC Ventura County, Cleary. We have that's Ventura Ops, Occupy. We all need to get with one IC and one.
Someone step in on him intentionally.
Ventura County, you have. Let's get the branches established and start getting everybody.
Someone's taking their mic and they're going like this. They're click, 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 click while he's talking.
9, Deputy 9, ASAP.
Kenneth, air attack LA.
AC7, stand by 1, just on the line with air attack.
LA, go ahead.
Kenneth, air attack. We're working on adjusting the TFR. For immediate need, make contact with Palisades Air Attack to coordinate.
It depends on the type of retardant.
How's contact with Palisades Air Attack?
I've hiked in fire lines. The retardant was very sticky. So it depends on the type. So they did say they were using type 1 foam. I'm not sure which one that is. Maybe they can pressure wash that and clean it. But I mean, it's a good thing they laid down that line because that fire is coming right towards these houses.
Kenneth, air attack still working on their lead.
For tankers to drop
okay, I copy.
to the Palisades TFR. Second, I need 4 identifiers of tankers that you can divert.
LA County 87, Battalion 26, operations on command.
LA, Palisades Air Attack copies. I have been coordinating with Kenneth Air Attack. And for the tankers that I can divert, do 7995, 41, and 122.
Looks like they got a little overzealous on the evac orders. I hope they clarify it. I think that is right next to the 101. Let's see. No. That's going to be the edge of Hidden Hills, I think. Let's see if we can find this on the map.
LA Kenneth IC on V4.
Kenneth IC, go ahead.
I'm being, we were relocating command post to the Calvary Church off Lindero. If you have any 911 calls, go direct operations, Ventura County Battalion 26, and he can direct those 911 calls to the branches that are established.
LA copies.
Josh, you're amazing. Thank you, my friend. I hear you got a big weekend coming up.
Operations.
Operations, go ahead.
Okay, overheard that traffic with the IC. Do you have a report of someone trapped right now?
We have a report of a party at 28400 Tulare Lane. Need help evacuating with a disabled patient.
I copy 28400 Tulare Lane. Work on identifying whose dirt that's in. If there's any resources up on the command that are in the area of 28400 Tulare Lane, can you advise on the command channel?
I think this shot must be near, I think it's near Bell Canyon. Just trying to place the houses with the map that we see.
Hey, operations, branch 9.
Branch 9, go ahead.
Man. So evacuation orders Van Owen south to Burbank, County Lane Road east to Valley Circle. Valley Circle is actually pretty near the fire.
Operations, branch 9.
It's like a quarter mile from it.
Branch 9, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm going to take that. It's in our area.
Okay, I copy. Thank you.
Operations IC, did we come up with some control objectives?
4 Delta 4.
Yeah, affirmative. For right now, our western control objective is going to be Canaan Road. We're going to look to keep the fire south of the Santa Susana Range. We're going to look to keep the fire west of Valley Circle and look to keep the fire north of
oh my goodness,
the current Palisade footprint.
We want to keep the fire north of this current footprint.
I'll type those into the notes.
Valley Circle Road has hundreds of houses.
LA, copy those control objectives. You can put them in the LA County notes.
Between that are included in that fire area. Like the area they want to contain it to, hundreds of houses exist in that containment area.
And then again, 2 operations IC, we got a mix here because we got a little bit of a wind. It's relaxing a little bit, but we got some perimeter control and also some structure protection as a priority. Go ahead. Unilaterally.
Just need to confirm, you were only inquiring whether or not the high tension line...
Okay, yeah, I copy that. Air Attack's working on trying to drop retardant, but they're having to grab a relief air attack, and there's none available. So we're working on that next.
Energized or not.
Hidden Hills he's got a lot of smoke coming down into it right now. You can see where the sun's setting, the shadows. It gives you an idea. The sun's going down in the west. That's what it does. So we're looking sort of from the west over towards the east in this view.
Air attack operation.
LA, Kenneth IC.
Kenneth IC, go ahead.
That's for air attack.
LA Canis, I see also, I want to reiterate, staging is now being moved to Fire Station 125, and we're going to the CP at Calvary Church off of the 101 and Lindero.
High tension lines are live with electricity. Thanks.
Affirmative, LA copies. Staging is at Fire Station 125 Command Post at Calvary Church off the 101 and Lindero.
Scott, thank you so much for your support.
Wires are live.
Wires are live. These are the high tension lines. That's the Palisades fire that's asking about the high tension lines. There are also high tension lines going through right next to the Kenneth fire as well. So all risks for
and then operations.
the
I see one more thing with the 101 as jammed as it is. Have a management action point that we need to close the 101 and get these vehicles off the road if it's going to cross the 101.
Copy that. Break. LA Canis, communications branch 1.
Go ahead for LA.
Let's get both sides of the 101 shut down.
Yes, in reference to order number 10 for Division Alpha.
Okay, now they're shutting down
Can we
the
solicit
101.
and find out if the tanks are in stock at the ICP? If so, we will send a runner
right
to
now with priority 0 and Valley.
Palisades air attack D1.
The 101 between
LA
Valley
copy.
Circle.
Hey, Unified
Circle is right
Battalion
here.
13, your other Unified IC. That's just, we need to have a management action point. We don't need to shut the 101 down yet. We need to have a trigger point that we make that decision so people aren't trapped in their cars.
Yeah, they're talking about shutting down the 101. I mean, we've watched police chases on the 101.
Terror check, that's negative.
Valley Circle, that Valley Circle you're talking about is this main road. Valley Circle Drive comes down and intersects. I believe it actually changes names at the 101.
4110, Charlie on command.
Right there by the
Battalion
boiling
19
crab.
from Medic Engine 134.
Mindy says, I wish I could send some of this snow. It's crazy. Some people are freezing. Ice storms are headed my way this weekend in other parts of the East Coast and the South. And California has fires.
Kenneth operations, you up on V4 for Helco.
Yeah, you can't shut down a major road, especially on a commute day. I mean, this is you're probably at the tail end of your commute, but I don't know. It runs probably later. What time is it in California? It's not 9, 7. Man.
Communications Division Fox.
Okay, go ahead for the IC.
Yeah, I see. I heard you guys talking a little bit about the smoke going towards the 101. You do have a pretty good time lag before that's going to happen. The rate of spread is slowing down just a little bit.
That's good news.
I'll give you a heads up when you got 20 to 30 minutes before that does happen, if you'd like.
Okay, I just wanted to get that in all of our thought processes so we can time tag it and give these folks time. The traffic jam starts right there at Las Virges and Liberty Canyon, so it's going to be difficult trying to move vehicles if we need to shut the 101 down.
Las Virges and Liberty Canyon. Are we talking about way over here? At the 405?
Branch 1 operation.
Branch 1, Branch 3.
Branch 1 operation.
Operations, go ahead for Branch 9.
Looking for Branch 1.
Copy.
Yeah, Branch 9 operation.
We got a Irma. Go ahead.
Okay, so give me an idea what you got going on and where the fire's currently at. I believe it's sitting in the bottom of Chesborough Canyon.
Yeah, affirm. That's a good assessment. We've got eyes all the way throughout Branch 9. It looks like it's heading down, like you said earlier, towards the southwest. I'm making my way over to closer towards Lost Hills. I'll get a better assessment here in a few minutes for you.
Okay, and then I just tied in with Branch 3 and Branch 1. You're pretty much going to have everything up to Liberty Canyon Road. So basically everything west of Liberty Canyon.
Okay, I copy. West of Liberty Canyon, north of 101.
Yeah, and do you have fire bumping up against anything on the back of like where 343 is, Chesbrough Road area?
Yeah, I'll get that for you.
Okay, I copy. Break IC operations.
Go ahead.
Okay, just want to give you a little update right now. Fire situated in the bottom of Chesbrough Canyon. Just tied in with Branch 1 and Branch 3 just to deconflict our branch breaks a little bit. We're still going to identify everything south of the 101 as Branch 3, but right now a fire has not crossed the 101. So we're going to keep them in place as a contingency. And then the branch break between Branch 1 and Branch 9 is going to be Liberty Canyon.
Copy that. We'll try to probably recontact by those, but I got a general understanding. And then again, just the 101 corridor is packed, so time tag something if we need to close it down if it's going to cross the 101.
I copy, understand. And then any update on incoming resources? You know what we have coming still?
Negative. I saw a single Ventura County engine water tender southbound on 101, and then we'll reconcile with LA here in a minute once we get the ICP set up. But you can go direct to LA till the time being.
Okay, and then lastly, if there's any way to get dozers, we could use some dozers. We'll send them to the heel. We're still sitting at about 500 acres, and we stand to try and keep this in a relatively small footprint if we can grab an anchor on both sides and then keep it north of the freeway.
So they're trying to keep it in the canyon, at the bottom of this canyon. They're afraid it's going to cross the 101. There's a plan already in place to
last
shut
strike
down
team,
the
go
101.
direct to Operations Battalion 26, and I'll give you assignment.
Copy. Break operations. Strike team 9340, Charlie. Okay.
Thank you, Lynn, in South Carolina. Josh.
Branch 1,
Thank you,
Branch
my
3,
friend.
command.
Regina, thank you as well.
From Branch 3, command.
Maggie, thanks for the kind words. Please stay safe. I know you're a ways away.
Branch 1, LA City, strike team 1080.
It probably feels awfully too close, even now. But please stay safe. Thanks. Thank you very much. If it crosses the 101, it will affect a lot of traffic. When traffic gets affected, it affects the movement of helicopters from one
unit calling operations, standby 1, talking with
not
air
helicopters, from apparatuses, the fire trucks, from one place to another. And that will probably be the biggest impact. It will slow down movement if they need to move. If the fire does jump for some reason or start somewhere else, traffic jams will impede the flow of the fire trucks.
Charlie, strike team hailing operations. Can you come up?
Yeah, affirmative, strike team 9340, Charlie. We've been reassigned to you. We're at Valley Circle and Victory. We got an assignment.
Yeah, that's affirmative. I'm going to have you guys report to the heel of the fire. You'll be working in Branch 1, but when you get to Victory Trailhead, I want you to hail VNC Crew 12, and they're going to start putting your work going direct. You'll be operating in Branch 1 on D17 direct.
The incident command for this fire has a good control of this.
Working in Branch 1 with Ventura Crew 12 and repeat the TAC frequency.
They haven't had the mayhem and the confusion that the other fires had when they started.
9221, Charlie.
Yeah, firm, I got you. I'll answer up for all of them.
And 9221 for Helco.
Okay, can you repeat that one more time? You got stepped on.
Yeah, operations. I believe you were trying to get a Helco on V4.
Negative. Can you clarify? There just should be a single operations and a single incident commander, and this should be the Kenneth incident. Is that correct, or are you getting conflicting information?
Yeah, operations. I know this is the Kenneth incident, and that's on V4.
Okay, and I just got off the phone with Air Attack. He said he handed it off to you. He's off station. We're looking at about 600 acres, retarding around a portion of the fire. That's all tracking what you're seeing.
Law Watcher, thank you very much. Appreciate the kind words.
Yeah, he'll go copy.
Hey, you ready to copy some info?
Air Attack.
Okay, I copy that. And what helicopters do you currently have over the fire?
Affirmative.
Okay,
6892.
City Fire 1.
Monte Hermosa reported structure fire. That's up in
LA County Copter 15.
Ear area.
Ventura County Copter 4, 5, and 9. Helitanker 61 and Helitanker 55.
16892.
Okay, I copy that.
Monte
And
Hermosa.
structure protection is obviously still the priority, but if we can start engaging in some perimeter control going direct on that right flank, I think we stand to keep this north of the 101.
That's great
Take
news.
a right towards me. I would agree. You got quite a distance before it does get to the 101. Flanks are starting to look good. We are clear now in for the right flank, so we're going to continue to work the right flank and the left flank simultaneously.
Okay, and then my last request from you, this is identified as operations on Battalion 26, Ventura County. If someone else is picking you up as operations, I need you to help me deconflict that and figure out exactly who that is.
Okay, copy. I got you. Ventura County Battalion 26 is operations. If I hear something different, I'll let you know. This is City Fire 7 at Telco.
Okay, I appreciate that, Fire 7. Thank you for the support.
Glad to help.
LA, Kenneth Air Attack.
Kenneth Air Attack, go ahead.
Okay, just confirm no relief for 330, correct?
Kenneth Air Attack, can you repeat your traffic?
Want to confirm no relief for us, correct?
No relief, meaning we have to stay on duty. We're tired. We have to keep
Kenneth
working.
Air Attack, we have Air Attack 51 relieving you. We have Tanker 79 responding, Tanker 78, Tanker 83, Tanker 41, Tanker 122, Tanker 107.
Thank you.
And Tanker 75. And stand by for the ETAs.
So they are getting...
Okay, that was Air Attack 51.
They are getting help coming in. Those are the airplanes. The airplanes have to land. They run out of fuel.
That's affirmative.
Okay. We are running out of fuel. We're en route to Van Nuys. I'll see if I can get them on this channel for relief. Currently have 107 on scene making positive contact with Helco. The Helco on Air Tactics 6.
LA copies.
So he's headed right now. Let's see. Let's go back to flight radar.
Okay, I copy. And then the two non-local engines, they're going to go to the
Branch 1, Branch 3 on command.
Where it's at, and then once
Going back to Van Nuys.
Branch 3, go ahead for Branch 1 on command.
Yeah, where you at? I want to go face with you. I'm at LA County Fire Station 125, the 101 Las Virgenes.
Copy that. I'm on route into Boulevard. I'll make my way down to you.
Okay, you said you'll come to this location?
That's affirmative. I'm driving down there now.
Okay, copy that. See you here.
This is the eye in the sky over Kenneth right here.
DC 729.
Traffic for Branch 1, go ahead.
This is LA City Battalion 729. We're assigned structure defense group in Hidden Hills. I have one task force here, 3 engines, with no impacts to Hidden Hills. You want us to hang tight here in case wind shifts, or move on?
This is crazy. Watch this. So Erickson Aero tanker. Looks like they're lining up to do a retardant dump. This should be a red cloud that emits from the bottom of this plane.
Branch 1 or Branch 3 operations on command.
Cameraman's going to have to zoom out when it starts.
Operations, Branch 3.
Okay, Paul, just a little correction. Fire's actually east of correction, Road. It's at the end of Bell Canyon Fire Road. Check it up right now. There's an opportunity to start picking it up direct. So if we have any resources, especially Type 3s, let's pump them into the end of Las Virgenes at Bell Canyon Fire Road. See if we can start grabbing an egg and working back towards the heel.
Let's see when they make the
Copy
retardant
that.
dump
The
here.
end of Las Virgenes, Belkin Fire Road, working back to the hill.
Oh, he's a ways away.
Yeah, and if you can get a hold of Branch 1 and coordinate that with him. And then I have a bunch of resources over here in Branch 9 that'll start working over that direction.
Okay, we'll make that the priority. And also, I copied that conversation here regarding the dozers. And if we get them here, I want to go ahead and put them to work.
Division, my command.
Yeah, that's affirmative. Break. Charlie Strike Team that came into station, can you come up one more time for the operations on the command channel?
Operations striking 9221 Charlie.
Okay, 21 Charlie. Do you copy that direction I just had with Branch 3?
Pilot plane got out of the area, or the circling plane got out of the area. This guy might make a retardant drop really soon.
Directions. As soon as I can get pulled over, I'll get them from him.
No.
We're working our way back from the Powell side, ICP to the 101 right now.
Okay, report to Las Virgenes and Highway 101 and hail Branch 1 when you get there.
That was the money shot they just got on.
Ventura County Superintendent 12 on
yes,
V4.
I'm good with that. Go ahead and do that. And actually, if
Superintendent 12, go for operations.
You do an orbit over there, if you can.
Tony, just want to give you a picture of the northeast side of it. So we've got most of the heel picked up that slopped over the fire road that comes off the Victory Trailhead break.
I copy. I can tell you, I can see
it
right
coming
now.
Further west from that point, majority of the fire has been held up on a fire road 2-track using Dozer 14 and just now starting to run into resources coming off the Las Virgenes side.
That and, go help them out.
Yep, okay, that's what I'm looking at right now. So I see where Dozer 14 is. It looks like it comes off the Victory Trailhead and just starts to bend southwest, right back towards Las Virgenes. Does that sound accurate?
Division Mike, 5800 Alpha.
Yeah, affirmative. So if you're tracking Dozer 14 on a map, we've got everything held up to that point.
Okay, I copy. So what we're going to do is we're going to shrink our box a little bit. We're start choking resources in, and I'm going to have resources starting to make access to the fire's edge at the end of Las Virgenes Canyon at the Bell Canyon Fire Road and start trying to go direct working towards you guys.
Okay, copy that. Yeah, Type 3 or Type 6 suitable, not Type 1.
All right, copy. Break Branch 9. If you have any resources available that you can cook over to Branch 1, have them report to Las Virgenes, and we'll call up Moreau and have them hail Branch 1 on V17 direct.
Yeah, Branch 9 copies. I'll be sending 66 Charlie.
All right, copy.
All right, we're going to...
9440 Charlie.
There's a podcast tonight. We're going to break for the podcast. We'll keep an eye on this. We might give some updates. I don't know. I'll talk to Thomas. It depends what happens. The good news is it sounds like this new fire is under control in a big way.
I just want to confirm, is air attack going to be on fuel and return, or do we get a relief? Secondary, if we can focus the rotors on both of the flanks, we're going to have success going direct. So that'd be the priority, is fly the rotors, any that we can before sunset, and if we need to do nighttime water dropping, we'll do that as well.
That's a quick 600 acres
I copy.
plus
Do
that
not
burned.
believe that there's a relief air attack.
There's the retardant drop.
Here. Right now we have Fire 7 as Helco up over the fire. And I'm not sure if you picked up the update, but we're about 600 acres. There's a retardant around a good portion of the fire. It's checked up at the end of Bell Canyon Fire Road, and we're starting to engage and going direct right now with helicopter support.
I just want to confirm, so we got rid of Alpha and the structure groups, and now we're just operating off of Branch 1, 3, 7, and 9.
Currently, we just have branches 1, 3, and 7, and I'm going to start working on collapsing those down as we start to go direct here.
Okay, so did you bring the original Division Zulu and structure group into those branches?
Yeah, the original divisions should have been operating in Branch 1. That was all that stuff was operating in Branch 1.
Okay, so go through that again more time. So you got 1, 3, and 7. Camarillo, Hill Base, Hillco.
And I got 1, 3, and 9.
Okay.
All right.
LA.
With that, I'm going to turn these down. And turn this up. It is a crazy day. Trying to bring all the information to you that we can. The good news is they're getting this down. They were able to jump on this new fire so quickly. The air crews moved in right away. There's a good chance it might not even get to the 101. They've got crews on the ground that can fight it on the ground. They've got helicopters in there, some fixed wings that are now dropping retardant to sort of set a boundary line. So with a little luck, the scenes we're seeing right now will turn into just like a smoldering black hillside, which is not good, but it sure is better than a glowing red hillside. So we're gonna have a podcast here. It starts at 8 o'clock. Please join us. I've got a portal that will take you right over there, because we're probably still going to talk about the fire. But tonight when you go home, please help the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live at 8 p.m. with the Not Relevant podcast right here on this channel. I appreciate all of you guys for your support and for being here. We'll be back in 15. It's crazy. All right, have a good one, guys. We'll see you.